Good morning. I invite the Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs to read prayers.
Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations, for the glory of thy name and for the safety, honour and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign, King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the governor of our islands, the premier, the speaker of the Parliament, the leader of the opposition, ministers of the cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice and members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
I have apologies from the member for Raid Bay and the member for Georgetown West to be absent from Parliament today, and an apology for the member from West Bay West for a late arrival. Okay.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Written by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
Yes, I have invited some people down. As you can see, I'm sitting in the gallery. I was privileged last Saturday to attend a concert put on by the Starlight program at the John Gray High School. And I was so impressed by the performance of the students that I've invited the teachers here this morning so we can show them some gratitude and respect for all the hard work that they put in with these children. The Starlight program has been gradually built up over the past 12 years. The aim of the program is to provide instrumental tuition for musically gifted students who would not otherwise have the opportunity to learn. Students are recommended by school music teachers. The majority of the students are from government primary and high schools, but they do have a few private school students whose names have been forwarded. The Starlight program is supported by Cayman Arts Festival, recently rebranded as K-Music, and is a registered non-profit organization. The Saturday program includes classes in violin, viola, cello, flute, clarinet, saxophone, brass, percussion, guitar, steel band, junior swing band, junior orchestra, speech, musical, theater. Starlight program operates on a budget of about $80,000 a year, and most of the money is from private donors through K-Musica. Students in the program pay $30 a year to become a member of Starlight. This gives them access to any of the Starlight classes, with the exceptions of piano club. It also gives students use of instruments, which the Starlight program owns through affiliation with K-Music. The teachers that I've invited here today are as follows. And if you'd please stand when I call your name so you can get properly recognized. Ms. Fran McConvey, who's director of the program, musical teacher in Cayman since 1984, strings and piano. Jolene Ebanks, former student of John Gray High School, head of music at John Gray High School, flute and woodwind. And special privilege for her because you all will know that famous Cayman's #1 guitar player from Northside, Jonathan Ebanks. That's his daughter. Cambria Dahlhaus, former student at John Gray High School, a music teacher at John Gray, saxophones and steel band. Cameron Gibson, former student at John Gray High School, teaching assistant at John Gray, trumpet and keyboards. Daniel Augustine, former student of John Gray High School, employed by the Ministry of Sport, percussion. Justin Ebanks, former student of John Gray High School and teacher at my alma mater, Edna Moyle Primary School, clarinet. Also the daughter of the famous guitarist Jonathan Ebanks. Zachary Allen, former student of Cayman Clifton Hunter High School, studying education at UCCI, teaching cello. Okay. DeGuan Smith, former student of John Gray High School, studying cello. Mike Galvin, retired musical teacher, woodwind, brass, and swing band. Some of the teachers probably couldn't make it because this was organized at rather short notice because of the times when Parliament would meet. Kyla David, former student at John Gray High School, working at KPMG, cello and musical theater. Charlotte Gothar, student at Cayman CFS, granddaughter of Katie Moore, assistant flute teacher. Marcus Galvin, former student of Cayman Prep, working for Raid Sale, assistant guitar teacher. Theon Borden, former student, John Gray High School, currently taking A-levels at St. Ignatius, assistant string teacher. Bethany Mitchell, former student of Savannah Primary School at St. Ignace High School, assistant cello teacher. Benil Miller, former student, John Gray High School, freelance musician, pop and jazz band. Jason Gilbert, former student of John Gray High School, music producer, pop brand and music production. Katie Moore, retired teacher, assists with admin for our Saturday program. Other teachers are Susan Robinson, speech, performance, and administration. Johan Garcia, music ministry at Pedro Baptist Church, violin. Sarah Newman, music teacher, Savannah Primary School, violin. Will Murray, guitar teacher, working with Nathan Herrera, guitar. Marlon Cortez, student at UCCI, piano and woodwind. And what is one of the most impressive things about this is the number of former students who have remained in the program and are, what a word to use, paying it forward, right? But it is a wonderful program, and I think they have, one of the things that shocked me is that they have 20 students studying cello, right? And they had a little guy, I forget his name, he's probably, I don't think he's any more than 6 or 7, he's only a year high, but he played a song on the piano that was absolutely impressive. What I found was the way his little fingers just danced over the keyboards, you know. So it's a good program, and I want us to give them the kind of recognition that they deserve, and I want the public to thank them very much. And then I'm also now, you know, I got to look out for my alma mater. I'm going to appeal to the Minister of Education and the Minister for Culture that we get this at Clifton Hunter start in September. I think the Minister of Education, I'm sure you would like to say something.
Mr. Speaker, since you called on me to deliver for September, I think it would be remiss of me to not say something.
You know?
I just want to, on behalf of the Parliament, thank all who participate in what is an invaluable program. Sport and music creates discipline and is critically important to student success, and there's a direct correlation between student success and high performers in sport, in music. But today we're concentrating on music. So I want to thank all of you for all of your time, all of your effort that you pour in to our young people. Mr. Speaker, there's so many good things happening in Cayman. There's so many good things happening as it relates to our students. We tend to focus on the negative and those things that float around social media versus really honoring and paying close attention to the good. And today is a celebration of those things good, and for those who continue to give back to your alma mater, to give back to students, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this ongoing celebration that you have created here in Parliament is something that is critically invaluable to us as a community. We must continue to celebrate those who do good, acknowledge formally those who contribute greatly to our society, and this is indeed an initiative that needs to be celebrated. I heard you make a call for it to be enhanced, and so I would suspect that the organizers might just be minded to write to the Minister of Education and Finance, because he might consider favorably an expansion of the program to ensure that we cover and give as much access as possible. Because we do know there are children in our communities, in our society, who funding can be an inhibiting factor when it ought not to be. And that's when government should, ought, and must stand in the gap and ensure that that does not become an inhibiting factor to them getting access. Because all that we do, it is about our students, and it is about creating positive impact. And this, I applaud all of you for the positive impact that you are creating for all of our children. And so with that, I thank you on behalf of the Parliament.
Minister of Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to endorse what my colleague, the Minister of Education, has said wholeheartedly, but also that I also want to let you know that we have been working assiduously on developing, for example, a young folk singing group, getting people from the schools. But we've also been working with Mr. Jason Gilbert in a songs after school program where he also teaches the students to play various different instruments. And it's a program that we are seeing much benefit from. Some of the students that he has been teaching played with the folk singers in their annual concert last month, and they did fabulous. And I must say that because they did a rendition of my grandfather's song, Southeast by South, and it gave me goosebumps. It gave me goosebumps to just sit there and listen to what those kids had performed on stage and what they'd worked on to get to that point. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, we have also supported Jubilate program, which is a program that they put on for some of the kids, especially from the eastern districts. They've been doing that for the last 10 years. We also support that program from the ministry, and we will continue to support programs like these, especially anything that has to do with our culture and heritage from the ministry, sir. So thank you so much. Thank you for all of the esteemed people up there, sir, to Mr. Jason Gilbert and all those that continue to teach our children. Thank you.
And on that note, you mentioned Jubilate. I have a special invitation for all members from Mrs. Carol Cocornell to attend this year's concert. Eh? It's passed? Oh, okay. My apologies. Okay. The Honorable Lord Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rise briefly, and I know the Honourable Minister spoke on behalf of the Parliament, but I also wanted to speak on behalf of the opposition to say, that we are here and in this Parliament because we understand that education is not preparation for life, but education is life itself. And in today's world, education doesn't just take place, it isn't confined to classrooms, but it is a part of, it's a much wider range of learning and adapting to this new world, and music is certainly a big part of that. And so here in the opposition, we want to commit to you that here in this honourable House, we never play politics with education. My colleague, the member from Bodden Town West, consistently reminds us of that there are certain things that even though we are in the house of politics, we never play politics with, and that one of those is education. And we all want to thank you so much, and you know that you have 100% support of this honourable House. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Member for Bodden Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I felt the need to get up as a former Minister of Culture, and some of the involvement I've had with some of the persons in the room. I endorse what the Honourable Minister of Education and Culture has said, but I first want to thank you for your genius of inclusion and the way that you organize these ways in trying to appreciate persons outside of Parliament. I thank you very much for that, and I think most members in the House would appreciate this new approach. Recognize some of the persons in the gallery. I think that's Daniel there, and Justine, Janelle, JG. I actually supported a program heavily at Clifton Hunter while I was there, Minister of Culture, and JG was in charge of that program, and it was amazing to see how at the end of the program, from start to finish, they actually were writing songs and creating all kinds of beats and everything else. That's a part of, I've been doing this for about 40 years in terms of music, but I also know Miss McConvey, and I think I took my daughter to your house one time to prepare for an exam. But I have this thing about my children in itself, that none of them should come out of school and not knowing how to play an instrument. My father, as I'm told by my Aunt Lucy, he played almost every instrument. I don't play any at all. But I hire them. But in saying that, I think that it's so important that children get the opportunity to play music, because it tantalizes the brain and lets them excel so much more. And I read that some time ago. And I thank you all for all the work that you are all doing. Thank you for choosing to go into this career. Not many people choose this route, and I know how much Janelle has the passion for what she's doing, and I thank you all so much God bless you all.
Member for Georgetown Central, you wanted to wish somebody a special happy birthday yesterday and you missed the opportunity, so I want to give it to you now.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to our audience in the gallery. First, before doing that, I want to also pay tribute to them and thank you again, Mr. Speaker, as you continue to highlight our amazing citizens. And congratulations to every single one of you. Many of you I know, particularly Jason. So proud. I think we forget to mention the fact he's a Grammy Award winning. We have so many special people here in the island. Sometimes we forget. Keep up the good work. We'll create our own Rihanna very soon. With that being said, yesterday, one of my matriarchs in our community, Miss Vernice Miles, her birthday. I will dare not say her age. She will kill me. But I want to say to her that she enjoyed her birthday, got an amazing bouquet of flowers from her representative, that'd be me. So I know she had a wonderful day, even though I wasn't here fighting with you guys. But a special happy birthday to her. She's such an amazing lady, and I hope that she lives to see many, many more. Thank you.
Personal explanations.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports.
None.
Urgent questions.
None.
Questions from members of the government.
None.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received a request from the Minister of, let me get this all right now. Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure to make 3 statements. Honorable Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act to report the exceptional circumstances requiring the supplementary expenditure for the 2025 NICE program, provided a short-term employment for the Caymanians and supports the essential maintenance of public spaces to deliver the program from the 1st to the 12th of December 2025. And Cabinet has approved the $350,000 in supplementary funding. This will be achieved by reducing PAH 28 cadastral surveying and planning and resource management by $350 and increasing PH 10 management of government properties by the same amount. The adjustment is required immediately due to the timing of the program and the operations and need to have the resources in place now, and the circumstances therefore met the definition of exceptional circumstances under the Act. Mr. Speaker, relocation of funds to repair and remediate the Stacey Watler Pavilion. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Section 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision to inform the Honourable House exceptional circumstances and relocation are approved by Cabinet in respect to the Stacey Watler Pavilion. On the 10th of December 2025, Cabinet approved the reappropriation of the funds as follows: a decrease of $300,000 from TP 76 Assistant for Infrastructure Development and a corresponding increase of $300,000 in NGS 84, the Cape Nile Agriculture Society, for the purpose of the funding in urgent repairs and remediation to the Stacey Watler Pavilion. Mr. Speaker, the Stacey Watler Pavilion is a key national facility supporting the agriculture community events and food security initiatives. Recent assessment confirmed that the structural and environmental issues that must be addressed immediately to ensure the safety and prevent further deterioration and maintain the pavilion's ability to host major events central of the Agriculture Society's mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, that was so that we can have the works done at the pavilion just before the agriculture show. Mr. Speaker, I rise in accordance with Section 11.5, 11.6, of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision to report exceptional circumstances transaction approved by Cabinet relating to the national response of the avian influenza. On 10th of December 2025, Cabinet approved the creation of a new operation expenditure OE-154 avian influenza pilot culling program and standstill order extension, and an increase of OE-154 in the amount of $500,000. This funding supports the urgent disease control measures, including a pilot culling program for feral chickens and the continued enforcement of movement of restrictions around the affected area. Mr. Speaker, the action follows the confirmation of the avian influenza on the local farm and is designed to reduce the risk of the spread of to other holdings and protect the public health and safeguard of domestic poultry and wider food security interests. The pilot culling program will focus on feral chickens within the 500-meter zone of the affected area alongside the targeted surveillance and testing of selected farms.
I have also received a request and approved a statement by the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to provide an exciting update relating to the Health Services Authority. As we all have been in this Honourable House and discussed on frequent occasions, typically around Finance Committee, that the government has had to allocate a substantial amount of our budget toward healthcare services, and so we've frequently spoken about healthcare cost. Today, I have some exciting news to announce that will certainly, over time, improve the financial position of our Health Services Authority. Like many hospitals around the world who have established MPOs that are specific for donations towards the operations of their relevant facilities, and the benefit in doing so provides alternative funding, They're able to enhance stability, foster community support, and create networks of opportunities for their hospitals. This model will now be a part of our public health regime in short order, as we are now going to establish a foundation for the Health Services Authority. The governing legislation of the Health Services Authority provides for the establishment of a foundation, and in accordance with Section 6A of the Health Services Authority Act 2018 revision, the Cabinet has approved just this morning the establishment of the HSA Foundation. While the Cabinet approval is just the start, my ministry, in partnership with the Health Services Authority, will now begin the works to develop a detailed proposal on the Foundation's operation, including timelines, cost, and personnel requirements to be submitted to Cabinet for further review once completed. The purpose of the Foundation will be to raise and manage funds to support healthcare facilities and programs, as well as to contribute to the operational funding requirements of the HSA. While the legal framework exists from as far back as 2010, and Mr. Speaker, I know you're familiar with this, the key operational steps, such as appointing the committee and identifying a head office, had not previously been taken. With the Cabinet approval, these steps will now proceed, allowing the Foundation to begin fulfilling its role. The operation of the Foundation will require dedicated personnel, including a secretary and funding specialist, and initial funding to support startup activities. But we already have received from the HSA requests from philanthropists who are just waiting for this foundation to be established.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring that the foundation operates with transparency, accountability, and measurable impact. Residents' concerns have been heard, and this initiative reflects the government's approach of listening and taking action to strengthen public trust and support for health care. Mr. Speaker, I table this statement for the information of this Honourable House and for the people of the Cayman Islands. I am pleased to be moving this forward, another step towards advancing healthcare services in our country. Thank you.
Presentation of petitions,
None.
obituary and other ceremonial speeches,
None.
raising of matter of privileges,
None.
government business, bills, second reading, continuation of debate, immigration, transition, amendment, and validation bill 2025.
Honorable Premier, I think you was on your feet when we took the adjournment.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. And good morning to all in attendance. I rise, as I promised last night, to make a brief contribution to the Immigration, Transition, Amendment, and Validation Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Lord continues to work in amazing and mysterious ways. I asked the leave of this house if we could leave, depart around 7:45, because a number of us had functions last night. The member for West Bay Central and I had a Christmas function, and I think the member for East End had a function. Upon arriving at the function, I could rip up my speech because I got all the feedback I needed in the world from West Bay on this bill. And there are West Bayers who live in other districts and vote in other districts who were there, and there were other districts who were there last night. So I, after capturing all this feedback, we had a senior section, we had a toy section, we had an activity section, we had a dance section, we had a food station. After it was said and done, I went back to capture some quotes on my phone that on their own from our people, this is how they see the bill. The message was clear, it was loud, and it was consistent, Mr. Speaker. Talking about the bill coming during the time of the holiday season, Premier, that's nonsense. We're at your party and we're listening to it on our phone now. With these devices and these apps, do they think we can't keep up? You had explained before you left that a number of you had overseas business and you all would come back to the House and debate it starting on the 9th of December. So what are we waiting for? The country's been past all this. They had the white paper. There's been consultation. Go to January to do what? Get done with it. Minister Miles got praise. It said he carefully laid everything out. The lady PSs were said to have had good speeches. This is real-time feedback from our people. People loved, and I'm going to use first names because these are direct quotes, Mr. Speaker, to depart from parliamentary language. Kathy and Isaac raised the other areas that are connected that need to be worked on to get this to work because we know this won't fix everything, but we got to look at it holistically. They covered that. Direct quote, the nice little one from Little Cayman. Just saying. He was right. Nobody has to speak on this all day long. This is obvious. Just go in there and get it done. The one, Mr. Peanut, he always has us in stitches with his speeches, and he did it again, and he knows he just got to hurry up and get this done. The big guy from Northside, who want the road for the people up that way, he was strong, and he knew you got to get it done. We know you all not going to be able to fix everything and get it 100% correct, but Raleigh is right. If you got to go back down there and fix it, you all getting paid the big bucks, just go down there and fix it. Now, this is caught on, so you really got to be careful what you say in the House. The Boddentown twins sound like they got it, which I interpreted to mean the member for Boddentown West and Boddentown East. The one who liked the languages and the animals, he sounded good. These are direct quotes. It get touchy here, but I have to give her a complete report. The one from Central, he were a little confusing. He went back, forth, upside down, and around, and we didn't know where he was. Sounded like he was arguing with himself. Just give him the feedback. But at the end of the day, sounded like he gonna say yes. And actually, once the speaker said that you all filed whatever you need to file on time, we tuned the rest out. So I was asking each one of them at all of these stations, are you telling me that my team has a mandate to go in Friday morning and finish the bill? Yes, Mr. Premier, go in there and finish it. We need to take a sensible step forward after 15 years. Now let me get back to the part that was going to be my speech, was to address this thing about tone. I don't think any of our members addressed and mentioned their relationship with immigrants and expatriates to succumb to some sort of pressure. I think it was valid and clear recognition of people who have come to Cayman and assimilated with us. Nothing more. I got 2 phone calls on tone. And these are from senior business leaders who I called. I initiated the phone call because consultations had already gone out. What is it you do not like about the bill? Well, actually, there's nothing wrong with any of the provisions, but I don't like the tone. Just 2 phone calls. What about the tone you don't like? Well, it's a little too strong in certain areas. All right, so you're telling me that private sector who is always asking government to be data-driven, analyze the facts, are saying that on a technical reading of the bill, you don't got a problem. Your problem is an emotional tone? Fine. Let me go check with a few friends of mine who are in your same industries and ask them. I did 2 categories of calls. The first category were those who we would call first-generation Caymanians who have come forward to become Caymanian. Andre, don't listen to that. That's probably coming mainly from the folks who are not doing what they're supposed to do and are flouting the law in the first place. I only got 1 ask out of this bill and the processes that follow. I'm going to come back to the ask because it's the same ask that I called multi-generational Caymanians who have climbed the corporate ladder, who are my contemporaries. Called them as the next category. The first one, and this is for people who know me really, really well for a long time, call me Dre. Dre, you know good, hell, and well you don't got a call to ask me that. A number of these people needed to hear straight talk. Because you and I been in the hallway consoling a Caymanian, crying, because somebody told them to make it, you got to shape up your accent. Came into your country to tell you, you got to shape up your accent. And their response was, I don't have an accent in Cayman. You do. And that person was sidelined. So some of these folks needed to hear some direct, straight talk of how our people have felt for years in order to get this thing right. But if that's not enough, as the Lord would have it, hand on a Bible, I had a breakfast this morning with an individual who wants to establish a management company here because the opportunity that he sees is the next iteration of Cayman, and this will speak to the member for Bordentown West, is now that you have these economic substance rules, Now that you have transactions that are actually happening here, you don't want it to flow through no more. You want the substance to be here. You want the Caymanians to now grow up in industries that are coming to Cayman that weren't coming, to come up through the ranks. He also had the exact same ask as the first-generation persons who were the leaders of firms, the multi-generational Caymanians who were the leaders of firms, and him. What I want to know is, for all of us who have businesses that are 70, 75%, 85% Caymanian, that when I say I need a work permit, it comes back in expedited fashion because I'm a good corporate citizen. That is the challenge for the Department of Work to meet. And for all of those who are flouting the rules, it should be slow. It should take time until you have shown the country that you have come to assimilate. The multi-generational Caymanian partners and managers that I called said they don't need any more inspiration. They are already inspired by living in paradise. So the good ones who've assimilated us have recognized that principle, Mr. Speaker, and have said, I am going to bring young ones along. A number of us who've worked in firms know that there have been really good people, and their file is probably this thick from Caymanians who voluntarily wrote in that this person should get status. On the other hand, you have some not so good ones that the files that thick that Caymanians have wrote in that they should not get it. What we are looking for is those who are naturally inspired by what the country has to offer is to come and bring the success to the grassroots. The gentleman at breakfast today said that is a square deal. I am not concerned about that rhetoric. It's up for my company to lean in and be able to participate in that fashion. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say a few words to compliment Minister Miles. He could have come along, seen a white paper, given the analysis by the ministry that it's 80% there, and decide, I'll rip it up, I want to do it my way. He should at least be given the recognition that he accepted what was there, did not try to reinvent the wheel, and take it a bit further. In addition to that, the staff has performed marvelously. Those of us who've been in civil service know how disheartening it is to work on something for years that is going to better the life of Caymanians only for it to die on the vine. This one is for you all in the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, meaning while we styled it that way, is that Caymanian employment comes first. There's a recognition that you will need labor, so immigration comes next. Thank you for delivering over successive terms a responsible step forward to have a Caymanian reset. Thank you to the caucus. Those were long conversations. Every time Minister Miles and his team came in with Excel spreadsheets, going through it clause by clause, line by line. And also, Minister Miles, I shouldn't forget that when you were ready to go, or at least you thought you were ready to go in August, it was me who asked you to do additional focus groups, some of which I sat in personally, the DP sat in personally, and to watch him take intelligent business people in the community through what he was trying to achieve with some modest modifications, I think this is a body of work that the country can be proud of, holistically among Caymanians and non-Caymanians. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I just commend, from my part on behalf of the government, that this bill should be passed by all of us today and get to work on all the other connected pieces to bring about a more harmonious society. God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I will ask the mover of the bill if he would like to exercise his right of reply. Minister for Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, members of the opposition, my team, my beautiful wife and friends, good morning. When I rose on Wednesday to present this immigration reform bill, I laid it before this honorable House just long enough, not just as long overdue amendments, but a vision. Mr. Speaker, a vision grounded in data, shaped by consultation, and as the Premier said, a lot of consultation have gone into this, and driven by an unwavering commitment to the people of our country. I outlined in my last speech the harsh realities we face today: unsustainable population growth, a citizenship pathway that has been exploited, systems strained to the breaking point, and Caymanians increasingly marginalized in our own country. All of these, Mr. Speaker, I've been saying for 35 years. This bill isn't going to change anything that have happened 35 years ago, but we can make significant improvements on where we're going today. I also outlined what success looks like. A Cayman where people are given a fair opportunity, where businesses thrive with clarity and efficiency, and where our identity and our future is protected. I am grateful for the logical and full support of my colleagues in the National Coalition for Caymanians, and for the two independents who has, I believe, solidified that they will be voting for the bill. Minister England said something yesterday. He said that this is not just my bill, and he's right. I would not have reached this far without all of these people that are sitting here, because I've gone back to caucus multiple times with my team. I have met with the Premier consistently. I've met with other folks outside of this. I've met with a lot of professionals. I have made myself available to every business owner that want to talk to me or my team. So this is not Michael Miles's bill. This is for the Cayman Islands. And Minister England rectified that yesterday by saying, I could not have been here without us voting on this. So I want to make that clear. Reform starts with us in this House. It starts with us changing our attitudes towards it, and it's painful. A lot of what has been said in this House has been painful for a lot of people to hear, because it culminates on a lot of failure. But we've learned. We're smarter now. And I want to be part of an engine that learns from the past. If we stand united today to resolve all of the inaction that have happened over the last 15 years, we're going to actually be better off. But if we fight based on parliamentary procedure, and indignation, or not like, we're going to be stuck in the next 25 to 30 years fighting because politics is quite often divisive. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully to all of the contributions. There are times where I delayed going to the restroom because I didn't want to miss anyone's contribution. I've listened to all of the opposition contributions. I've listened with an open mind. There were harsh criticisms, certainly on me personally, as if it is my bill personally, that I wrote all of it, and I've accepted it because it's what leaders do. What I heard was the independent members of Bordentown West and East being open and honest and reasonable with their contributions. I heard one of or two areas that we need to go back and fact check with our legal drafters, and we will do that. But disproportionately, I also heard a lot of unfounded allegations, scaremongering, and political rhetoric. Members of the opposition bench continue to play politics with our people's lives. I want the record to show, Mr. Speaker, that the government extended multiple courtesies to ensure that the opposition had every opportunity to understand, question, and contribute to the bill. On October 27th and 31st, my ministry team and I, directly with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Hugh, and several members of his team, including MP Bryan, MP McGaul-Lumsden, MP Tatum, MP McTaggart, in this committee room in Parliament, guided them through proposed changes, one by one, in detail, and to actively invite their feedback. The first meeting, Mr. Speaker, on October 27th, I sat in on the meeting for at least an hour because I wanted to be available for them. I don't have to. I wanted to because I want to show respect that they deserve. We chose to do it because the NCFC believes in collaboration, in transparency, and in extending the olive branch even when we know that it may hurt us politically and it will not be reciprocated. In total, the minister spent 8 hours on 2 different days with the official opposition. As a reminder, one member of the opposition is a lawyer and one who is familiar with immigration matters, and she picked it up instantly. She knew all the changes. She understood where we were going. So much that on Wednesday she declared a conflict, which I admire and respect, and I'm hoping that we have won her over as a person who, if she could vote, will vote and support the bill in the future. On November 6th, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition approached me personally, right in the parking lot of Parliament, to request a meeting. Without hesitation, I agreed to meet the very day after the conclusion of Parliament, and I attended the meeting with the Honourable Wayne Panton, who is my Parliamentary Secretary and is very familiar with immigration reform. President.
Honourable Minister, would please identify the members of Parliament by their constituency.
MP Wayne Panton. Oh, MP for, sorry.
MP for Newlands.
MP for Newlands, sorry, my apologies. Present were the Deputy Leader and the member for Red Bay. Their stated objective was to ensure that a united front in support of the bill between the government and the opposition, which I endorse and admire. We agreed that the opposition would compile their members' concerns and send them to us so our technical team could respond comprehensively. To date, Mr. Speaker, we have not received any list of questions or concerns, and received no further inquiries from the Deputy Leader of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition or his team. Furthermore, the Premier himself extended an additional invitation to the Leader of the Opposition, not once but twice, to meet on December 9th and again on December 10th in the morning as a final review of the committee stage amendments. Both invitations were not taken up. We also provided, at the Deputy Leader's request, a document comparing the proposed bill to the white paper produced under the previous administration's cabinet, a cabinet in which 2 members of the current opposition sat. Again, we did not have to do this. I requested from my team, we will cooperate because we are transparent. I have nothing to hide with this bill. And as I've said repeatedly, 80% came from them. We did it to foster cooperation, good faith, and shared an understanding of the legislation. Yet, after declining multiple briefings and opportunities for clarification, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition stood in this honorable House on Wednesday and complained that he did not have time to review the amendments, that the material was too extensive. I was actually shocked because I thought he was talking about something else. So I looked at all of the amendments again, and they're basic. They're administrative amendments. But what he failed to also mention is that my team also provided not only the committee stage amendments, but I've asked my team to also prepare another document in plain language to summarize the entire bill, saving his members days of work to ensure full cooperation and comprehension of the bill. We hid nothing, we avoided no question, we extended every courtesy possible. And let us remember, Mr. Speaker, as I said, 80% of the bill came from the white paper and was tabled in this House on January 31st, 2025. As stated earlier, the Deputy Speaker and a member of the opposition from Georgetown West from Kimmerenbrock East is a lawyer. I assumed that they had a team that was deep enough that can interpret this bill, because I also believe that the amendments of this bill is very administrative. And I'm going to read just a few things in a second to let you know how administrative this bill is, the amendments are. Since my appointment as minister, I've been schooled in parliamentary procedure. It's been overwhelming. It's been one roller coaster after another, and I've enjoyed it. I'm not here to complain about it. From sitting with my team to trying to catch up on where the immigration bill is, to sitting through long meetings about the minimum wage, to labor reform, to pension reform, to employment. And then also trying to get to understand what is my expectation walking in the doors of this honorable House. So it has been a journey that I've enjoyed, and I've learned a lot, and I've listened. Mr. Speaker, political grandstanding is nothing new here. I was never political. I don't consider myself even a politician, because I'm not here to lie. I'm not here to deceive. I'm not here to tell stories that are not true. I'm here to make sure that I'm here to serve. That's what I've done for over 30 years of my career. But what I witnessed on Wednesday was the Leader of the Opposition who launched substantive critiques. The debate wasn't meaningful, but the familiar tactic of delay. He wanted the bill to be delayed more. And then the fear-mongering started. When a member of the opposition cannot find legitimate faults in a bill, and this is what I've seen over the last 25 years of politics, here's what happens. They resort to procedural complaints. So they tie it up in procedure, parliamentary procedure. Oh, you're breaking this law, you're breaking that law, and you can't say this and you can't say that. When they cannot argue the merits, they argue about the timing. Let's delay, is what I hear. And I have found this disturbing for a very long time because I'm a former civil servant. When we don't want to do something, let's tie it up in red tape and bureaucracy. Let's ensure that we kill it because it makes us uncomfortable. This kind of politics stalls progress and contributes little to the lives of Caymanians. The leader of the opposition went so far as to suggest that the government intentionally scheduled this debate near Christmas to distract the public. That one shocked me most. I was a little surprised about that one. The accusation is not only baseless, it's problematic in my view. Because as the Premier said, our people are very, very intelligent people. I want to ensure that we protect people. I'm not here to schedule something around Christmas because I know people are Black Friday shopping and not going to tune in. Every worker in the Cayman Islands is expected to give their best throughout the holiday season. December does not give anyone a pass to tune out. Each member of parliament is collecting a very generous paycheck that is paid by the people of this country. The expectation is that the government is open. We are working. We are working through Christmas season, Easter season, hurricane season. We're working for the people who elected us. Mango season, thank you, Nick. To work at any other pace to delay progress is not acceptable. I made it clear when I first got into Parliament. I'm here to work. I don't have time to waste. I'm here to work. I'm in the office every day by at least 8 o'clock because I'm here to work, and my team can tell you that. The other implication by the leader is that our people will be distracted and not be able to engage during the holiday season. And as the Premier rightfully said, my phone lit up as I brought this bill on Wednesday. I have almost 200 text messages, countless amounts of emails. I get at least 100 emails a day. I get countless amounts of phone calls that it takes me sometimes weeks to return. People want to talk, they want to engage. In the contrast, we know that our citizens are informed, they're involved, and invested in the issue of shaping government. Perhaps the approach of the leader is why we're having this debate today, because they've dragged this on for years. For too long, the contents of this bill has been available, and for far too long, the people have wanted changes, and no changes have come. All of a sudden, we are now thinking it is overwhelming, and it's not. Our NCFC government has the responsibility to move this country forward, despite such tactics. And this is exactly what we intend to do. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said a number of things, and I want to respond. He brought up an issue where in section 26(1) of the Act, where it says where applicable, this section states he had an issue with where applicable. The section states that persons who have the right to be Caymanian can be revoked where applicable. Mr. Speaker, this section cannot be taken in review without consideration of section 29 of the Act, which states that persons who were considered Caymanian at birth or are considered Caymanian as of right cannot have the status revoked. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, the phrase where applicable has been added to the end of the current section 26 subsection 1, to make absolutely clear that the existing and new loss provisions do not apply to the category of Caymanians. That's why we put it in there. We did not want the board or the director confusing or reversing in any way Caymanians by birth. But again, the leader of the opposition had some issues with that. PR of independent means. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition highlighted a critical part of the law reform, PR by independent means. This is not a new law. It's been in existence for well over a decade, if not more. When he further left out that he and his PPM colleagues has kept this in legislation for their 8-year administration. The act is silent in the law. Most people glaze over this. This provides people 5 years and then they become Cayman citizens. 5 years, Mr. Speaker, the category of persons can become a Caymanian. As stated, several members of the official opposition were in power during their 8-year reign. We are proposing to double this to 10 years to be Caymanian. Why would I expect an individual to fly in on a Lear jet because they have $2 million or $100 million, stay in the country for 5 years, apply for Cayman citizenship, and then we grant that not only to them, but their families? I didn't create this. I didn't create the legislation. What we are doing as a government is pushing it back some more. It should never be that way. Lack of consultation, he says. As I stated in my contribution on Wednesday, my ministry has undertaken an extensive and meaningful consultation process on immigration reform. We held 3 public town hall meetings and conducted 8 stakeholder meetings with well over 80 companies and their representatives. We got a substantial amount of feedback, not just for this particular reform, but the reform that we plan to take up in the second phase of it. Our team has been diligently reviewing this feedback over the past weeks, and it has directly informed improvements to the bill that we are bringing before this House. Yet the leader of the opposition continues to claim that we need more consultation. I'm not sure how much more we need, but there was nothing in his summation that says, well, you should have done 8 public consultations. If there is a standard, let me know. And when I go to do the labor reform and the pension reform, I'll make sure that I do as much as they want me to do. But this bill has been in circulation since January. My team has been working on this for a very long time, and certainly before me. His only delay, his only report is let's delay it. This is more political posturing. Mr. Speaker, the immigration white paper was laid, as I said, in this House on the 31st of January 2025, 314 days ago. This is longer than it takes to bring a child into this world. The consultation draft of the bill was gazetted on October 17, 2025, 54 days ago, or 1 month and 23 days. Immigration is understandably sensitive and sometimes divisive. But the government believes firmly that the bill before us strengthens protections for Caymanians and guest workers and businesses. We have engaged deeply. I believe in the bill. I would not be here. I am honorable enough that when I have a conviction, that when I don't believe in something, I will not represent it if it doesn't stand up to the true test of our people. This is a deep conviction that my mother have given me from birth. If I do not believe that anything will benefit the Caymanian people, it will not end up in this House. I do not believe in that. I have kept my ego checked for years. This has nothing to do with winning, because there's nothing to win. The Cayman Islands people pay me generously to do a fair day's work, and I give them all of me, not just some. I sacrifice, and I have done this for 30 years. This bill encompasses everyone in this room, including the Attorney General, the Deputy Governor, the Governor. We have had extensive work done to make sure that everyone had a piece of what to say in forming this bill. Misinformation on new work permit application fees. Mr. Speaker, the existing work permit fees have been in place since 2007. During Finance Committee, I corrected what the administration increases would be. And like the member of Georgetown Central, who like to also refer to the Hansards, go back to the Hansards and look. Yet, the Leader of the Opposition chose to quote the Compass, who reported an incorrect flat 500 work permit application fee. When I, as the minister, as I said, I corrected that here during Finance Committee. Once again, I would like to go through what the administration fee increases are. The application fee is $150 for work permits that have an annual grant fee that's under $2,100. The administration fee or application fee is $250 for work permits that have an annual grant fee of $2,101 and $10,000. It's between $2,101 and $10,400. The application / administration fee of $500 is for work permits that have an annual grant fee of $10,401 and $32,400. Minimum wage also came up in the Leader of the Opposition's speech. Mr. Speaker, failure to adjust the minimum wage from minimum wage of $6, which was set by the Progressives Cabinet on February 9, 2016, is over 10 years overdue. There was no adjustment periods in the minimum wage law when it was set. The magnitude of this adjustment is required because the minimum wage has not been adjusted incrementally to keep pace with inflation. And the cost of living, as the Deputy Leader of the Opposition rightfully said, has increased. Each administration has contributed to the inflation of our country. I'm sure we will in some way too. We want the best for our country, but the minimum wage needed to be increased. Now, this government is being called out for it. Information sharing. Leader of Government Business went down a rabbit hole. Sorry, the Leader of the Opposition went down a rabbit hole of saying that he's concerned about sharing of information. Let me say it again. My team will not be asking for someone's x-ray from HSA. It's about enforcement. Our responsibility is to protect this country. Currently, the Caymanian graduates from TVET programs, from local and international tertiary institutions are not able to take advantage of the opportunities for employment because information is held by government agencies such as Scholarship Secretariat. It's not being shared by immigration boards and other decision-making bodies to the detriment of Caymanians. I have visited all of our immigration boards. They have no clue who's overseas. So when work permits flow in, they have no clue how to proceed. Should they defer it based on a young person that's in a particular program to get that particular job? Information sharing is critical to our success. The silos are huge in government. We have grown. Government is vast. And not just government, but our SAGCs. If we do not have information sharing, we are not going to do well. And no government's going to do well. So in the next couple of years, if another government comes in, what are they going to do when they don't have data? How do I know that the director needs more staff if I don't have the data to prove? When we come into this honorable house, people are asking, is this data driven? But they're tying my hands to say, well, I'm concerned that you might get information. As I said, I don't need a person's x-ray. What we need is to know if people are skirting the law. So, Speaker, sharing information doesn't just end at enforcement. As I said, we have to understand who's overseas. How do we enforce if a person commits a crime with the police department? How does the directive work? No. The folks that are Customs and Border Control need to know if people are violating their terms of employment with immigration. And if someone in the Customs Department, if they see things, they need to be able to say to the directive work, here's what's happening with this particular person. If we don't have that, how do we protect the country? Now, I have no issues with the leader of the opposition or any of the opposition members coming to me and saying, Michael, how's this going to work? We don't need to discuss this in Parliament. This is elementary. You could have called me and say, hey, how's this going to work? We've already spoke with the Attorney General. He's not going to just approve anything that's going to violate any sort of data policies or laws. Cost of living increase. Mr. Speaker, I must respectfully reject the assertion from the leader of the opposition that immigration reform is a driver of the cost of living. The reality is that the Cayman Islands has very little control at times over the cost of living because we import everything. The deputy leader of the opposition mentioned this in his summation. Global supply chains, international fuel prices, external market volatility have far more influence over the cost of living than any domestic immigration policy. Let me give some facts. According to the ESO, Economics and Statistics, from 2013 to 2024, the overall cost of living in the Cayman Islands increased 34.6%. And I wasn't in government. I wasn't a minister. That is the tide of global pressures, not immigration framework. When we examine the data even more, the picture becomes clear. Between 2013 and 2016, inflation rose 3.4%. Between 2017 and 2020, it rose 12%. And between 2021 and 2024, it rose 19.2%. These increases occurred under various governments and policy environments, which only reinforces the fact that inflation is largely driven by international factors. Immigration reform is not a contribution to inflation. On the contrary, it is designed to strengthen our workforce, protect Caymanian opportunity, and create a fair and transparent, sustainable labor market. Mr. Speaker, the largest increases with inflation was in 2019 at 6% for the year when the leader of the opposition was a cabinet minister. Another large increase was 2022. It was 9.5% when the deputy leader of the opposition was a cabinet minister. I find it refreshing that when the government is now being lectured on the cost of living with immigration, our responsibility is to pursue a reform that supports stability, productivity, and long-term economic security for Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart. I sat through my first finance committee as a minister, because most finance committees that I sat through, I was normally in the gallery as a civil servant. One of the things, as I sat as a civil servant, I was sitting here and I was telling my colleague Pilar that I had an out-of-body experience. I was sitting here listening to Minister Anglin, and I had this out-of-body experience because when I was a civil servant in education, he was the minister. And I sat here for hours on end while politicians bantered back and forth. I sat in the seat and I said to myself, I will never have that job. I will never apply to be a politician. It is a complete waste of time. And here I am. But my out-of-body experience, I started saying to myself, as I went through my first finance committee, and I thought we had a great bill. I still think that we do. But as we got to finance committee, it was piled on. I heard all of these ask. But I also didn't hear, how are we going to pay for it? The leader of the opposition spent an hour leading us down a rabbit hole, and I love this one, about basketball courts. We spent an hour, I timed it. We spent an hour on basketball courts and discussing basketball courts because he had a very emotional experience where his son went to the Kirkmarket courts and it was dominated by non-nationals. So he said to my colleague of sports, we need more basketball courts. I think we should pave all of that land right next to the one that's at Cox's courts. So I'm sitting here and I'm saying, where's this money going to come from? Like, who's going to pay for this? Where is it going to fit in? We come back and we're asking for Section 12s and 11.5s, and they're saying, well, you see what I tell you? The government's asking for more money. You guys can't manage on the finances. But I sat in this room and I'm hearing people ask for more and more and more. Throughout Finance Committee, I listened carefully to the members of the opposition demand more of everything. More police officers, they said. When the chief of police was given his submission, you need almost 600 police officers, and they're saying, that may not be enough. Are you sure that that's enough, Mr. Walton? More after-school programs, more healthcare services, more insurance coverage for seniors and children, more roads, more infrastructure, more efficiency in government systems. Mr. Speaker, they ask for more. Not once did I hear the phrase, how are we going to pay for this? Yet, when we put a tagline in there that we're going to have to borrow, they got bent out of shape. They went on attack. The government is not going to make it. How does the opposition expect the country to pay for all of more? They cannot demand more, demand discipline from us while promoting unchecked expenditure. They cannot preach responsibility while abandoning practicality. The government is focused on sustainable solutions, not political soundbites. And that's what I heard in here for the last 2 days. And until the opposition can present coherent financial ground proposals, the calls for more remain nothing more than political posturing, empty rhetoric. I want to talk about the opportunities that we lose when we're asking for more. Mr. Speaker, I stated earlier, my team have been engaging with the members of the opposition time and time again. We have extended the olive branch far beyond what is required, I believe. And the wonderful Premier has consistently had us extend more, and I have no problems with that. It is democracy, because I have nothing to hide. This is what troubles me, Mr. Speaker. In every interaction, their priority has never been about Kimanian advancement. Instead, the opposition continues to champion ideas that do nothing to strengthen job security or long-term prospects for people. I have never been asked. I remember the day in the Cabinet Office, the leaders of the opposition came in to present what they felt should be part of our bill. I sat patiently waiting for someone to say to me from their team, how are we going to put Caymanians back to work? What's the plan, Michael? Never asked. Missed opportunity. During my first debate in Parliament, it was the NICE program. We spent a long time talking about the NICE program. Opposition members spoke passionately, almost theoretically at times, theatrically at times, about the NICE program. Program which everyone of them knows offers no full-time employment, no health care, no pension, no training, no pathway to promotion. Minister Ebanks just asked for another $350,000 for a 2-week program. It's now $650,000. The public should know that. They push hard for a program that would cost taxpayers millions to run it all year long. None of them asked about a debate on job security. Not one of them asked me if we are going to do any skills programs in tourism, finance. One of them asked about wages, protections, labor law. Are we going to improve it? Pension. Are we going to improve it? Mr. Speaker, my fellow Caymanians, I urge you to pay attention. This is what the debate has become. Evaluate the message of the opposition is sending you, not through their slogans, not through their speeches, but through their priorities. When given every chance to stand up for Caymanian workers, they instead stood up for a temporary program with no future. When given a chance to advocate for Caymanian advancement, instead they advocated for more expenditure, oftentimes that would lead to no benefit. The government's position is clear. We will fight for real jobs, real protections, real training, and real opportunities for Caymanians. The opposition must now answer why they're not doing the same. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, in his summation yesterday, chose to center a lot of his remarks around his disappointment. Maybe it's in me, I don't know. But if it is, I'd like to discuss that. Disappointment that he did not receive the information that he felt that is owed to him. At the point, Mr. Speaker, he and I can agree to disagree on what information he should receive. But since the Deputy Leader has opened the door on the discussion about disappointment, I'd like to express mine. I wish to take this opportunity to speak plainly about my disappointment that does not span a single bill or debate or parliamentary sitting, but one that stretches for the last 25 years. Unlike the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, did not have the luxury of throwing a tantrum when he's told no. I spent my entire life serving this country. 4 separate times in the civil service and public service. I began my career in 1991 at 17 and a half years old as a young social work intern. My last stint in government was between 2010 and 2017, where I worked under the now Minister for Education, working directly with at-risk children and their families. I have seen firsthand the consequence of political decisions made far from the lived realities of people, our people. And Mr. Speaker, over these 3 decades, I've experienced profound disappointment. Disappointment caused by career politicians, including those who sit on the next side. I've been disappointed by politicians who commission reports after reports instead of investing the same funds into real solutions that impact our people. Disappointment of politicians who prioritize building roads just before an election instead of creating affordable housing. I'm disappointed by politicians who spent hundreds of thousands flying around the world to stroke their egos where infrastructure is crumbling at home. I'm also disappointed by politicians who poured millions into welfare systems that sustain dependency rather than empowering Caymanians to become independent, skilled, and sufficient. Mr. Speaker, for 30 years I've been disappointed by the process of politics, by politicians who stand in this honourable House and speak eloquently about respect and integrity, only to tear down colleagues and citizens alike while they hide behind the parliamentary privilege. I've been disappointed by politicians who justified substantial salary increases for themselves while average Caymanians struggle to pay utility bills or their rent or mortgages. And I'm further disappointed that politicians who lowered educational standards not to uplift students, but to manufacture the illusion of improved outcomes. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the Deputy Leader of the Opposition lecture me about disappointment, about parliamentary procedure, only to then disregard and violate those very same procedures when it suits his convenience, I'm disappointed.
Mr. Speaker.
Will you quote the point of order?
Yes.
The section of the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, on parliamentary messaging by the member who just asserted to the fact that I've been circumventing the parliamentary standing orders. Mr. Speaker, you are the presiding officer over this parliament. And if you see that I have violated any standing orders, it's your job to do that. Now, if the member wants to highlight a part that he's suggesting that I violated, maybe he should say it for the record.
But Member for Georgetown, I don't think he identified you as a person.
Yes, he
I think
did,
he was
sir.
talking about politicians in general.
Sir.
I thought he was talking about politicians in general. To the Mr. Minister, just to make sure that you were not speaking of the member for Georgetown Central, can you confirm that you were speaking about politicians in general?
Like everything else, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't listen. Yes, I was speaking in a general term.
Mr. Speaker, I asked for the Hansards to be presented to this Honourable House. He said the Honourable Deputy Leader of Opposition. There's no other member of this Parliament that is the Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Well, I think I gave you quite a bit of liberty yesterday, and I think you opened this door in your debate, and I let you do it, so I think the member has to have some reasonable to respond to the debate yesterday. And at this point in time, I don't think it's a point of order, so I'm inviting the Minister to continue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Deputy Leader of the Opposition raised the issue of disappointment, because the political grandstanding he so eagerly is entrenched in does not inspire collaboration. It does not build trust. It certainly does not move the country forward. The government is focused on substance.
Minister, I think it's better if you move on to a different topic.
Okay. Speaker, fine. Notice of committee stage amendments. Speaker, note that the notice of committee stage amendments filed on Wednesday by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition proposed a new clause 10A in the notice of committee stage amendment I filed, which seeks to validate the acknowledgement of continuations after the age of 18 that have been historically issued by the Chief Immigration Officer and most recently the Director of Work over the years. The Leader of the Opposition is arguing parliamentary procedure that the amendment was inserted into the bill after the bill was gazetted. Mr. Speaker, my team and I are moving towards efficiency and better clarification of the immigration laws. I will not allow more bureaucracy and red tape to prevent us from modernizing immigration legislation. Under the current law, the existing Section 29, the Director can grant the right to be Kimanian to certain categories of persons. Mr. Speaker, Section 26 of the existing Immigration Transition Act provides that a person who is eligible to apply for the right to be Kimanian under 26 subsection 1 subsection D can apply to the Director of Work under 26 subsection 3 for the acknowledgement that they have the right to be Kimanian by entitlement. When persons who are approaching 18 or over 18 write to the Director for continuation of the right to be Kimanian under 26 subsection 3, his office has been applying this consideration to the details of the case, verifying that the person has not lost the right to be Kimanian under the loss of provisions set out in subsection 33 subsection 2. And as such, the Director has been acknowledging that they continue to possess the right to be Kimanian. In the current law and regs, there is no clear provision for these continuation decisions by the Director, and although there is a prescribed fee for continuations processed by the Director or the Board, but currently virtually all application continuations are considered by the Director. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, having discovered this lack of clarity in the existing legislation during the consultation process, the proposed committee stage amendment seeks to validate those decisions and fees historically charged and sets out clearly in the law that the Director can process these continuation applications. Cayman Status Permanent Residence Board 2022 and 2023 delays. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to have the support of my colleague from Bordentown East. Him and I share quite a bit of realities because he and the member from Bordentown West are former ministers of immigration. I'm confident that with his support, we can steer a new immigration era into force. But I wanted to clarify a few things. The member from Bordentown East lauded the appointment of the Cayman Status and Residence Board for granting less rights to be Caymanian. I respect his position. He believed that he had to do what he needed to do in that moment. The problem is, the problem is, Mr. Speaker, you can't take away something that you've already given. And he's right to an extent. Delays happen. We kick the can down the road, but those grants still happen. And there's no court that was going to withdraw those permanent residents and Cayman Status grants from those folks. The board refused to grant the applications in those years, but the persons and their applications did not go away. Those applications had to be dealt with by the next board, and we could not refuse them. We delayed them as we legally bound to grant them, as this was meant that in 2024, the number of Cayman Status jumped to 1,567, quoted by the member. Mr. Speaker, this underscores why it is important for this immigration reform. It is urgent. The longer we wait to make the changes to it, the more obligated we are going to be to grant this citizenship. Why not extend the revocation process instead of extending the qualifying period? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has asked that why not extend the revocation process instead of extending the qualifying period? Extending the qualifying period for Cayman Status through marriage from 7 to 15 years is designed to reduce sham marriages, as he rightfully said, by lengthening the payoff period and making sham marriages less attractive, harder to sustain, and along with the annual declarations more likely to be detected, reducing exploitation of Caymanians and improving public confidence in the integrity of our immigration and status systems. Likely annual declarations for marriages. Mr. Speaker, Section 33 and 4, Section 33 and 34 of the existing Immigration Act sets out a loss provisions for persons who are granted the right to be Caymanian, including those by marriage. It is therefore logical and prudent that an annual declaration will require a declaration which seeks to determine that none of these breaches have occurred, particularly with a penalty for providing false information of $10,000 and/or 1 year imprisonment and revocation. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I wish to acknowledge and thank the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, Workforce Opportunities and Residents of Cayman, also known as WORK, WRC, and the Department of Labor and Pensions, as well as our partners in the private sector, NGOs, and education institutions who've been all helpful in moving this forward. Their continued professionalism and commitment to improving the process of the betterment of the Caymanians make progress like this possible. I wish to also thank the hardworking and brilliant members of the legislative drafting team who have worked tirelessly on the bill and the amendments. I wish to thank the members of the opposition for their contribution to this discussion. And I also want to heartfelt thank you to my NCFC government. We are unifiers. We're bringing Caymanians together. We're modernizers and innovators determined to work together, maintaining a stable government and working with the community to prepare our people and the country for a brighter future. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Immigration, Transition, Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion under Standing Orders 43K about exemptions from notice. As 43K says, unless these standing orders otherwise provide, notice shall be given on any motion which is proposed to be made with the exceptions of the following. A motion arising out of any item of business made immediately after the item is disposed of and before the next item is entered upon. Mr. Speaker, I propose that the government / the minister provide...
But hold on a minute. You're moving a motion under 43K on the assumption that the item of business has been completed. The item of business, in my view, has not been completed until the third reading of this on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, sir, for the vote, can we get a division, please?
Well, let me deal with this first. Okay? So I think the item of business will not be, in this case, a bill will not be dispensed with on the order paper until the third reading. So at that time, you could move that motion. Member for Georgetown West.
Bordentown West. Division, Mr. Speaker, on the vote.
I didn't hear in the notes. Are you questioning the interpretation of the Speaker?
I wasn't...
Madam, no, you're not questioning my...
I'm not questioning, no, that's why a division.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could be the division, please.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Gary Rutty.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable Ralston Anglin.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta.
Aye.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Barton.
Aye.
Mrs. Julia Hunter.
Aye.
Honorable Michael Miles.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Perlina McGraw-Lumsden. Absent. Honorable Juliana Conner-Connolly.
Abstain.
Mr. Roy Tatum. Absent. Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
The results of the division is as follows: 16 ayes, 1 abstention, 2 absentees. The bill entitled Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 has been given a second reading. The House will now go into committee stage to please be seated. I need to start over here, right? The House is now in committee. With leave of the House, may I assume that, as usual, we should authorize the Honorable Attorney General to correct minor errors and such in these bills? No objection. The clerk will now read the clauses for the first bill, which is the submarine cable. Bill being considered in committee now is the Submarine Cable, Telecommunications and Resilient Bill 2025. The clerk will now read the clauses of the bill.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, power to enter into agreement regarding construction and operation of a submarine cable connection. Clause 4, selection of commercial partner. Clause 5, obligations relating to certain telecommunications cable infrastructure. Clause 6, government to pay fixed sum to commercial partner in tranches.
Is there any question on clauses 1 to 6 of the bill? If not, I will put the question. All those in favor that clause 1 to 6 stand part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. Clause 1 to 6 stands part of the bill.
A bill for an act to empower the Cayman Islands government to enter into an agreement for a commercial partner for the purposes of constructing and operating a submarine cable connection to enhance the national resilience of the critical ICT infrastructure of the islands, to secure the island's telecommunications and connectivity, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bill, I can do the report on this one first. Okay. My bad. The next bill is the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 1 of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, short title.
Okay. The question is that Clause 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 and 2 stands part of the bill.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 2, interpretation.
Yeah, we have noticed this amendment to be moved to the Honorable Minister. You're going to move the amendment?
If you know.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 3, subsection B, subsection V, by A, inserting after the definition of words, open quotation, Department of Financial Assistance, close quotation, the definition for, open quotation, Department of Labor and Pensions, close quotations, means the Department of Labor and Pensions established under Section 79 of the National Pensions Act 2024 revision, close quotation, and B, inserting after the definition of words, open quotation, developed real estate, close quotation, the definition for, open quotation, General Registrar Department, close quotation, means the Department of Government with responsibility for the administration, regulation, and maintenance of statutory registers, comma, including the registers of companies, comma, partnerships, comma, trust, comma, non-profit organizations, comma, cooperatives, comma, trade unions, comma, friendly societies, comma, building societies, comma, public records and vital events such as births, and civil partnerships. Close quotation.
The amendment has been moved. Does the Minister wish?
No.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Member for Georgetown Central.
Opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for taking this. It's fair to say this that will help us persons being identified from birth that they are Caymanian, so we can stop that growing number of what you call not ghost Caymanians, Caymanians who don't have identification from the start to say that they're Caymanian. So hopefully one day in the future, we'll eventually have every single Caymanian having a document without having to produce anything that suggests that they're Caymanian. So I want to thank the Minister, thank the administrative team for making this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the question is that the amendment to the clause be accepted. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that the clause as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 4, insertion of Section 8A, sharing of information with work or a board.
Have a notice of an amendment to Clause 4, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 4 in the proposed new Section 8A, subsection 2, as follows. A, in paragraphs K, by deleting the word and appearing at the end of the paragraph. B, in paragraph I, in paragraph L, by deleting the full stop and substituting a semicolon. And C, by inserting after paragraph L the following paragraphs. M, the Department of Labor and Pensions, and N, the General Registry Department.
The amendment has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, this motion seeks to expand the number of agencies that share information with work by adding the Department of Labor and Pensions and the General Registry Department to the list of agencies that are required to, on request, supply the Director of Work or the relevant board with information necessary for the exercise of the functions as listed.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a procedural matter. Mr. Chairman, when going through the amendments to the bill itself, can the minister refer to what number in the list of the 17 amendments? Because, for example, that amendment to section, the fourth clause in the bill isn't the fourth amendment in the 17. So for us to follow along, if you
follow the document before you, the amendments, and we're going right down. We're going to be doing the clauses in order. I don't understand what you want.
Not to this, Mr. Chairman.
No, but we're following the amendment. We're following this, and where there's an amendment to a clause, we'll do that amendment to that clause numerically as we go right down. So they're being identified. This amendment is to Clause 4 of the amending bill. Oh, you wanted to say this is number 2 on the amendment page, or what number are you asking for?
Correct. What number is this on the amended clause?
Well, you have the amendments before you.
I have it before me.
We'll follow them in order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll go right down the list. We're not going to jump around.
So what number is it now?
2. Right. It's 1 on the amendment sheet.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable Member for Kimberley East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if he could perhaps enlighten this Honourable Committee with some further information when he refers to, in paragraph 8A, with information that is necessary for the exercise of the function, to convince me that it's not too wide. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What information we're asking for currently is processing applications for work permits, grants for Caymanian status, permanent residents, and any other category of residents, exercising functions relating to the revocation of work permits, grants of Caymanian status, permanent residents, and any other category of residents, and promoting and facilitating the employment of Caymanians and other proscribed persons in the islands through the use of various facilities and services. So that's what we're sticking within. So this is actually in the existing law of 8A. What we're doing is just adding the agencies that participate in this.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I might get a little bit better understanding. Will this be further encapsulated or expounded on in the regulations whenever they see the light of day?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. The regulations will not have any further demands, and the regulations will be in respect of data protection. So we're not going to be asking for anything that's already protected by data protection.
Any other questions? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I get what the minister is suggesting. I think it's the sentence structure in 8A1 that seems that there is some things outside of what is being listed. It says with information that is necessary, rather than saying with information that is listed in the existing act, so and so. Because if you say if necessary, it's a subjective proposition, indiscretionary. And I think that's where the concern lies, but obviously the department and the minister and the government has the authority. I would suggest for the purposes of clarity and certainty, so the public as well as those who apply can be certain of what exactly would be required of them by law and by regulation if we say specifically the information listed further in the law that he just written, as opposed to saying that is necessary.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Currently, in the current law, in terms of sharing of information with work or a board, all we're doing is adding these additional entities. I've just read 3 different areas that's in the current law. So it's not like we're putting more things in the law. So I've just read those, A, B, and C. So this is the information that work is going to be requesting information through. In addition to this, what my staff and certainly my colleagues' teams will be doing is also establishing memorandum of understanding to ensure that we do not go outside of the law. These things in AA currently stick to data protection. So I can't say this enough or differently, that for the last 10 years that these things have been enforced, this is all that work has been asking for. All I'm doing is just adding more departments.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to belabor this point any further. Only going to yet again recommend that though it may be in practice from before the time of the minister, which I recognize, and that you're only adding further departments to do what is already in play. Our job as legislators is to find, if we find something that we think needs to be fixed, or catch it now to say that the guardrails are too wide and the subjectivity that could potentially be brought forward of that is necessary without it being listed. There's nothing wrong with us trying to rectify it now. And a memorandum of understanding saying that you would not break the law would certainly not suffice if you're allowed to break the law, if there's an interpretation that, if necessary, can bring into scope something totally different than what is listed. That's just my humble opinion. I recommend that we change the wording, but if the government chooses not to, it's up to you.
We're moving on.
Okay. The question is that the amendment as read for clause 4 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The amendment is approved. The question is that clause 4, as amended, form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 5, amendment of section 11, Kimmebracken Little Cayman Immigration Board. Clause 6, amendment to section 13.
I had a question on 5, Mr. Chair.
Member for Kimmebrack East.
Thank you very much. Just to get assurance from the Honourable Minister that the requisite training will be done for the Kimmebrack and Little Cayman Immigration Board for these complex amendments, seeing that it's a relatively newly appointed board for the most part.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. All of the boards under the department staff is going to be trained on this. It's the reason why we will not be putting in any of these amendments until a minimum of March 1st to ensure that all of the training, a matter of fact, the director insisted on all of that and none of these amendments start on January 1.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in my debate, and I may have missed it but I could not, this references in B, by inserting after subsection 1, the following subsection 1A, the right to be Caymanian granted by the director under section 29.3. I could not find a 29.3 in either the 2022 or the proposed bill.
Yeah, we're still on clause 5, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I realize that the Honourable Minister missed that in his response.
Is that a typo, Attorney General, or something you can read? That's why I actually you were sure we were on clause 5. Okay. All right. Any other questions on clause 5? Go ahead. 6. Clause 6.
Mr. Chairman, can the minister say whether they've had any responses to concerns in respect to this new proposal from the consultation with the public? And if so, what were they?
I don't think we can raise the general merits of the bill in committee stage, though. But if you yeah, good. Yeah. Okay. Go to clause 6.
Clause 6, amendment of section 13, functions of board, head of work permits, Cayman status, and permanent residence. Clause 7, amendment of section 20, appeals from decisions of an officer. Clause 8, amendment of section 21, appeals from decisions of board and director of work.
Okay. All those in favor of clause 5, 6, 7, and 8, standing part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? No. The ayes have it. Clause 5, 6, 7, and 8 stand part of the bill.
Clause 9, amendment of section 26, categories of Caymanians.
We have notice of an amendment to clause 9. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 9 by deleting paragraph A and substituting the following paragraphs. A, in subsection 1 as follows. I, by inserting after paragraph C, the following paragraph. CA, the person is Caymanian by grant of director under section 29, and 2, by inserting after the words under section 33, the words where applicable. AA in subsection 2, by deleting the words subsection 1 and substituting the words subsection 1A, C, CA, D, or E.
The amendment to clause 9 has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, this motion is being made to allow the Director of Work to process applications from persons seeking to continue their right to be Caymanian after year 18. This motion is to clarify the sections of the Act that allows the Director to deal with these applications. Therefore, the list of persons under section 26, subsection 1 of the Act who have been deemed to possess the right to be Caymanian has been revised to include persons who are granted the right by the Director under section 29, subsection 3. The current Act authorizes the Director to grant the right to be Caymanian for a child under 18, and the motion will allow the Director to also grant the continuation after 18.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the motion is that clause 9 be amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause 9 as amended do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 9 stands part of the bill.
Clause 10, amendment of section 28, acquisition of the right to be Caymanian by grant of the board.
We have notice of an amendment to clause 10. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 10 as follows. A, paragraph F, by deleting the word and appearing at the end of the paragraph. B, by deleting paragraph G and substituting the following paragraphs. G, by repealing subsection 10. H, in subsection 11, by deleting the words in relation to and substituting the words except where otherwise provided in relation to. And I, in subsection 13, by inserting after the word entitlement by inserting after the word entitlement the words and
No. You're wrong. That's
sorry.
wrong.
Let me reread that.
Yeah.
In subsection 13, by inserting the word entitlement.
No. You're an I.
Yes.
Right.
Did we get this? Is this wrong?
Okay, sorry. So let me start over, sir. H, in subsection 11, by deleting the words in relation to and substituting the words except where otherwise provided in relation to. And I, by inserting after subsection 13 the following subsection. 13A, an application by a person referred to in subsection 13 shall be made to the Director of Work in accordance with subsection 29(2).
It's section 29(2), not sub.
Section. Okay. Sorry, 29 subsection 2.
Yeah, okay. The amendment has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This motion is connected to one we just dealt with. The motion seeks to improve on efficiencies at the Department of Work to allow applications for the continuation of the right to be Kimanian for the age of 18 to be processed by the Director of Work and not by the Board. Therefore, Clause 10 amendment to subsection 28, subsection 13 seeks to clarify that the only persons who are entitled to apply for the right to be Kimanian are the only persons who are applying for the right to be Kimanian by entitlement in accordance with section 29, subsection 2.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the question is that the amendment proposed to clause 10 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is approved. Okay, we have a notice of a second amendment moved to the same clause.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 71 and 2 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honourable Kenneth Vernon Bryan, Deputy Leader of Opposition elected for member for Georgetown Central, give notice to move the following amendments in the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025. 1, that the bill be amended in Clause 10C2 by deleting the following. Quotations 3, out of the 7 years immediately preceding the application where the civil partner took place prior to the date of commencement of Section 10C of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025, or 4, out of the 15 years immediately preceding the application where the marriage or civil partnership took place on or after the date of commencement of Section 10C of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025.
The amendment has been moved. Does the member moving the amendment wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honourable members of this House, of this committee would recall in my contributions, my concerns about the extension or the removal of the opportunity for persons married to Kimanian to be able to apply for status at year 7. This change ultimately stops that and now forces the partners of Caymanians in civil partnerships or marriages not to be able to get status until year 15, as I understand it. Therefore, I suggest that we remove it. The government hasn't spoken to it, but this amendment is seeking that result.
The amendment has been moved. Does any member wish to speak? Not. The question is that the amendment to clause 10, as outlined by the Deputy Leader of Opposition, be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No.
No.
Okay. Can I have a division? I can't call for division. And because I can be called a vote though. Okay. All right. Yeah.
No. Call the division.
Call the division.
Mr. Speaker, can I have a division, please?
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call a division, please? I didn't mean.
No.
Honorable Andre Ebanks?
No.
Honorable Gary Retty?
No.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes?
No.
Honorable Wilson Anglin?
Nope.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks?
Nope.
Honorable Isaac Rankin? Oh, absent. Honorable Nicholas DaCosta?
No.
Honorable Wayne Panton?
No.
Ms. Heather Bodden?
No.
Mrs. Julie Hunter?
No.
Honorable Michael Miles?
No.
Honorable Joseph Hugh?
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan?
Aye.
Honorable Perlina McGraw Lumsden? Absent. Honorable Juliana Connolly?
Aye.
Mr. Roy Tatum? Absent. Mr. Roy McTaggart?
Aye.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour? Absent. Mr. Christopher Saunders?
Aye.
The division is as follows: 5 ayes, 10 noes, 4 absentees. The motion to amend clause 10 is not approved. Members, I know that we're normally supposed to ring the bell, but because nobody had got up and left the room, I didn't ring the bell. So just unless, in the case where we vote, unless somebody leaves the room that I need to call back, I'm not going to prolong the proceeding by calling for the bell and waiting the 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay. But just wanted to know that I know that it should have been. Okay. The question is that clause 10, as amended, form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, can I call for a division, please?
Madam Clerk, would you call a division, please? Pay attention.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Gary Ruddy.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable Rosen Anglin.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin. Absent. Honorable Nicholas DaCosta.
Aye.
Honorable William Panton.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Borden.
Aye.
Mrs. Julie Hunter.
Aye.
Honorable Michael Miles.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
No.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
No.
Honorable Perlina McGraw Lumsden. Absent. Honorable Juliana Connolly.
No.
No. Oh, sorry. Mr. Roy Tatum. Absent. Mr. Roy McTaggart.
No.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent. Mr. Christopher Saunders.
No.
The results of the division is as follows: 10 ayes, 5 noes, 4 absentees. The amended motion, the clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 11, amendment of section 33, revocation of right to be Caymanian.
Mr. Minister, we have an amendment to clause 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 11 by deleting the paragraph B and substituting the following paragraph B by inserting after subsection 1 the following subsection. 1A, the right to be Caymanian granted by the director under section 29 subsection 3 may be revoked. A, where the holder has supplied false or misleading information in a material particular to the director, or B, where the holder has ordinarily resided outside the islands for a period of 5 years and can no longer be said to be settled in the islands.
The amendment to clause 11 has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to the amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask the minister if this applies to Caymanians who got the right to be Caymanian by way of marriage, and if it applies if both partners are off island for longer than the 5-year period.
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually had a prepared summary, so hopefully I can answer the member's question. The first change that is occurring in Clause 11 is the deletion of subclause 11, subsection B, a point that was highlighted a number of times during the consultation period of the bill, subclause 11B, and referred to persons that are Caymanian by entitlement. However, the intention of the subclause was to apply to persons who had already reached the age of 18, which therefore no longer makes them fall under the category of by entitlement. The second amendment that is occurring to Clause 11, Mr. Chairman, inserts a new revocation provision relating to applications made to the director to continue the right to be Caymanian after the age of 18. Section 33, subsection 1, subsection B of the existing legislation as a provision for any right to be Caymanian granted by the board can be revoked if the holder has ordinarily resided outside the islands for a period of 5 years and can no longer be said to be settled in the islands. This amendment seeks to apply to the same conditions to the right to be Caymanian continuation, which is granted by the director after the age of 18. And to answer the member's question, it doesn't apply to people through marriage.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if the minister would allow, can you say if there is any other provision that is coming that will address the ones for marriage? Because I think this one is by right, by continuation. Is there any other section maybe you can consult with the technocrats as to the question of whether a partner of a Caymanian would be revoked if both the partner and the Caymanian are living outside of the islands for 5 years?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on what
we got to deal with the clause here. Now we can't deal with.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, member, can you repeat the question again, please?
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman. The question is there any other changes that would allow for revocation of a status given to a person married to Caymanian if both the Caymanian and the spouse were to move outside of the islands for a period of 5 years? Would the person that was given the status meet the criteria of being able to be revoked due to residency, even if both partner and Caymanian were outside of the islands? Does that make sense?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So what the current law has is that a non-Caymanian or a person attaining Cayman citizenship by marriage can move outside the island for a period of 5 years. And throughout that time, they can move based on education, health, business as well. And throughout that time, as long as they are returning to the island within that time, they will not lose their citizenship.
Thank you, Minister. So I'm assuming that you are saying then, if they're out just because they wanted to move away from the Cayman Islands, they would be revoked because they're outside of the islands for 5 years, even though they're married to a Caymanian. And the marriage is intact.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So, once again, what is explained in the law, which is in the current law, as long as the person is outside the country, it has to be for education, health, or business. Our department will not revocate their facility under 5 years. Over 5 years, they still have to prove that they are doing one or three of those things: health, education, or business. And that comes from them providing the board, the relevant board, or the director that they're still meeting one of those areas over 5 years.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to say thank you to the Honourable Minister. Fully understood. I take that means that, yes, a person can be revoked if they're outside of those provisions. I'd like to take this opportunity to just ask you as Minister to consider with your government to possibly make further amendments in the future to that, because I don't think it would be something that would be reflected by particular persons granted status through marriage. Ultimately, what that would mean is a person married to a Caymanian who got status, that they cannot leave this country outside of 5 years. Otherwise, their partner would lose their status. And I don't think that the spirit, maybe it was something overlooked, and maybe something you could bring to your caucus to consider, but I think it should be proposed as an amendment.
Okay. The question is that the amendment to Clause 11 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The motion is that Clause 11, as amended, form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 forms part of the bill.
Clause 12, amendment of Section 36, categories of permanent residents.
The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 stands part of the bill.
Clause 13, amendment of Section 37, persons legally and ordinary resident in the islands for at least 8 years.
We have notice of an amendment to Clause 13. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 13 by deleting paragraph D and substituting the following paragraph D by repealing subsection 12 and substituting the following subsections. 12, the holder of a certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 shall provide annually a declaration containing prescribing particulars in respect of the holder and the holder's dependents, which shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration. 12A, the failure of the holder of a certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 to provide a declaration under subsection 12 is an offense and a ground for revocation of the certificate.
The amendment has been moved. Does the Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment seeks to require the payment of a prescribed fee at the time of a filing an annual declaration by amending Section 37, subsection 12 of the Act. Currently states that the following facilities have to file an annual declaration: persons legally and ordinarily resident in the islands for at least 8 years, residency certificate for persons of independent means, and certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the question is that the proposed amendment to Clause 13 be approved. All those in favor? Oh. I understand that some words might have been left out, so, Mr. Minister, you need to make an amendment to the amendment by reading the words into this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, can I reread this, please? D, by repealing subsection 12 and substituting the following subsections. 12, the holder of the certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 shall provide annual a declaration containing prescribed particulars in respect of the holder and the holder's dependents on the anniversary of the date of issue of the residency and employment right certificate or the date that the board or the director of work may specify, which shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration. 12A, the failure of the holder of the certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 to provide the declaration under subsection 12 is an offense and a ground for revocation of the certificate.
There's quite a few words, so what I'm going to suggest is that we take the lunch break now and give you an opportunity to rewrite the two clauses and bring them back in its entirety. And I think before we leave the chambers for lunch, I think that the Minister for Culture has a little cultural entertainment for us by some. Over to you, Mr. Minister. Then we'll suspend after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as has been customary over the last few Christmases, the Eastern Primary School choir is here to bring some season of some singing.
So just a minute, just to get this, as Mr. former governor used to tell us, just to put belts and braces around it, the House is suspended until 2:45. The committee, sorry, is suspended until 2:45. Now you can bring them in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The committee is called back to order. I think the minister has circulated the new draft for the amendment to clause 13. Everybody has it? Basically, what he has done is added the words that the AG said, so maybe you just want to read it back into the record again. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 71 and 2 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honorable Michael S. Miles, Minister for Caymanian Employment and Immigration, give notice to move the following amendment to the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025. 1, that the bill be amended in Clause 13 by deleting paragraph D and substituting the following paragraph. D, by repealing subsection 12 and substituting the following subsections. 12, the holder of the certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 shall provide annually a declaration containing prescribed particulars in respect of the holder and the holder's dependents. A, on the anniversary of the date of issue of the residency and employment rights certificate, or B, on the date that the board or the director of work may specify, and that the declaration shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration. 12A, the failure of the holder of a certificate issued under subsection 5 or section 41 or 42 to provide the declaration under subsection 12 is an offense and a ground for revocation of the certificate.
Okay. The amendment has been moved. All those in favor of the amendment to clause 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause, oh, sorry, ma'am.
Sorry, that's okay. I just had a quick question, hopefully quick on the same clause but not amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. If I may ask the Honourable Minister if he could further elucidate on 13B, in the case of a non-Caymanian civil servant, until the non-Caymanian civil servant requalifies under the criteria contained in this section, having taken the break and stay required under section 66B1. Exactly what is that intended to mean and how is it going to work in practice, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, member. It's recognizing that foreign civil servants now have term limits and that they need to take a break, take the term limit break.
So, Mr. Chairman, the current civil servants, this term limit is also applicable to them? Or does the time start to run at the commencement of this legislation, if and when passed by Parliament? That's what I was unsure about.
I think that.
Yeah.
There's
Mr. Chairman, all existing civil servants start at term limit 0 when this particular regulation starts.
just to clarify, you're saying that when the bill comes into effect, all civil servants currently employed will be at year zero. Their time clock starts then, and the rollover period is what, 8 years, 9 years?
It's currently 9 years.
I think what did you say? I understand that they would do their time, they would take a 2-year break, they could come back if they wanted, and the clock would start at zero again, right? Just like in the private sector.
And so then perhaps, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minister, perhaps AG in his capacity, could help me understand, are there still going to be a number of exemptions for this to actual work in practice? For example, the teachers, and there's no way, no matter how much miraculous work my good friend from education does, to have 1,200 teachers rolling over in 7 years.
So what is contemplated, Honourable Member, is that there will be carve-outs in the public service management regulations, which will allow the relevant appointed officers to do these exemptions. And so for police, medicine, I think, teachers and judges and some others, yeah. But there will be specific carve-outs for that.
So just in fairness and to try to negate some of the potential apprehension that could ensue from this proposed legislation, the term limits is not a blanket term limits for the civil servants, non-Caymanian civil servants, but they are going to be reasonable and practical exemptions, taking in consideration the protection is given by Section 55 of the Constitution.
Honourable Member, I can't improve upon that articulation. That's very good.
Okay. All right. So the question is that Clause 13, as amended, stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 stands part of the bill.
Clause 14, amendment of Section 38, residency and employment right certificate for spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian.
Honourable Minister, you have an amendment to Clause 14.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 14H in proposed subsection 10 by deleting paragraph B and substituting the following paragraph. B, on that day, on the date that the board or the director of work may specify, and the declaration shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration.
The amendment has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment seeks to require the payment of a prescribed fee at the time of filing an annual declaration on behalf of persons holding residency and employment rights certificate as a spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the minister say what the fee amount is?
One second, Mr. Chairman.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the regulations, the fee is currently in the regulations that hasn't been approved by Cabinet yet. So once it's approved by caucus and Cabinet, we'll be able to let the member know.
Mr. Chairman, through you, can the minister not give indication of what they expect the fee amount to be?
I think there's a legal requirement that it be approved in Cabinet first, so I would ask you to leave it there, that he will let you know as soon as possible when it's approved.
Mr. Chairman, I do understand the particulars as to this process, and by all means, I know that it will not become legal until it's approved. But I don't think it's unreasonable information for the public to know and this committee to know what they intend the fee to be. It's not a state secret, in my opinion. So there's nothing preventing the government. If the government chooses not to answer, that's fine. But to let us know what the fee amount is going to be doesn't stop them in any way, in my humble opinion, unless you can correct me, from some legality from stopping them from saying the amount.
I would hazard a guess that the risk would be if they give you a number, and when they actually do the time and motion studies as to what the fee should be, it has to change. Then the number has been made public, and I would think that that would be the risk that they would run, and it's not a risk that I would recommend that they take.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you one favor, please, sir?
Sure.
Can you let the government defend themselves, please?
No, but I think I have a responsibility to keep it within the confines of the clause that we're dealing with, too, as well. So I'm not going to defend it, nor you. Any other questions on the amendment to clause 14? If not, the question is that the amendment be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause 14, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 14, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 15, amendment to section 40, loss of residency and employment rights certificate.
I have an amendment, Honourable Minister, to clause 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 15A in proposed subsection 1(3) by deleting the words at least 7 years but.
The amendment has been moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Minister previously received legal advice that the Director of Work should have the discretion to determine if someone can maintain their residency and employment rights certificate after their marriage has been dissolved or annulled. As such, Clause 15A has been amended to give the Director of Work discretion for the 15-year time frame that persons must remain married before being eligible to apply for naturalization. This replaces the current provision which specifies that the facility shall be revoked.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this amendment to the amendment in the bill of the original bill law, I'm just trying to fully understand the context of the whole thing in the practical terms of it. Given an example of a person, can the member explain how this would work in a day-to-day circumstance?
Mr. Chairman, member, what this means is that if a foreign national Marta Kimanian is in an abusive relationship and obviously needs to get out of that relationship and files for divorce, we are not holding the person accountable by simply shipping them off the island, that the director of work have the discretion based on the circumstances to make this a grant of continuation for RRC.
Questions? The amendment, the question is that the amendment to clause 15 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 16, amendment of section 42, certificate of permanent residency for persons of independent means.
The question is that clause 16 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 stands part of the bill.
Clause 17, amendment of section 47, certificate of direct investment.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, you have an amendment to clause 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be added to clause 17 in proposed subsection 12 by deleting paragraph B and substituting the following. B, on the date that the board or the director of work may specify, and the declaration shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration.
The amendment has been moved. Does the minister wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to require the payment of a prescribed fee at the time of filing an annual declaration on behalf of the persons holding a certificate of direct investment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Member for Keman-Brakis.
do I have a wrong copy? When it says on the amendments to the committee, on the date that the director of work may specify, which is what the original amendment said, but when he read it, he inserted, or the board? Maybe I got old copy, or
No,
not hearing good?
Huh? No.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member. Yes, on my sheet that I put together for myself, I inserted board. So can I just read it over, please? Thanks. That the bill be amended in clause 17 in proposed subsection 12 by deleting paragraph B and substituting the following. B, on the date that the director of work may specify.
Mr. Chairperson, unfortunately, that's exactly what is in the amendment.
No, but he read it, he inserted the word board, so he's rereading it and leaving out the word board.
I understand that, sir, but what is actually in the bill is exactly what he just read. So he's proposing an amendment to the bill, which exactly has exactly what he already says.
But you'll read the rest of the sentence too, on the next page of the amendment.
Oh, but he didn't read that part out. He only read.
Yeah, he read it the first time. Yeah. Read the whole amendment.
that the bill be amended in Clause 17 in proposed subsection 12 by deleting paragraph B and substituting the following: B, on the date that the Director of Work may specify, and the declaration shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration.
If there's no questions, the question is that the amendment proposed by the Minister to Clause 17 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The motion is that Clause 17, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. No. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 17, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 18, amendment of Section 49, certificate for specialist caregivers. Clause 19, insertion of Section 49A, certificate for commercial farmhands.
The question is that Clause 18 and Clause 19 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 and 19 stands part of the bill.
Clause 20, amendment of Section 50, residency certificate, substantial business presence.
We have notice of an amendment by the Minister to Clause 20. Honourable Minister, can you move the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 20 in proposed subsection 10 by deleting the paragraph C and substituting the following: C, any other particulars as may be prescribed in respect of the holder and the holder's dependents, and the declaration shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee for the filing of the declaration.
The amendment to Clause 20 has been moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to require the payment of a prescribed fee at the time of filing an annual declaration on behalf of persons holding a residency certificate of substantial business presence.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Minister say what the amount of the fee would be?
Mr. Chairman, this is, through you, Mr. Chairman, this is also part of the new regulations that's coming out. I promise that once we have it, I will share it. If you can just give us the opportunity, I will share it.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chairman, sorry if that seemed repetitive, and I guess the same principle applies that all of these fees that will be accompanied has to be approved by Cabinet first. But one would assume, I don't want you to give me the figure because you don't have the figure, fine. Has there been any estimation on the list of these fees on all of these areas upon which will have to be done annually, and estimates of monies raised? At least, has there been any assessment of that the Minister can speak to?
That's outside the people. Come on. Minister, I don't think you need to answer that. I think we've gone through that on an earlier clause, and I think that the same ruling will apply. The question is that the amendment to Clause 20 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 20, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 20, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 21, amendment of Section 51, general provisions relating to loss of permanent residency. Clause 22, amendment of Section 52A, mandatory vaccination for persons specified under Part 6. Clause 23.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
A question. Member for Cameron East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honourable Minister give us some more information as it relates to this mandatory vaccination section? Please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what I'm made to understand is that all categories of foreign nationals have a vaccination. This is a new category, so we are ensuring that this category also have the same level of vaccinations that all of the other categories of foreign nationals have.
Under the public health law, probably.
In addition, Mr. Chairman, what I was just explaining to, currently public health doesn't have any required vaccinations.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a bit confused on what the minister said. The last part, I was kind of following suit in the first part. I think they recommended like measles, mumps, and stuff like that, and then he went into something else there just now. Maybe he can elaborate again so I can make sure I didn't miss something.
What I'm made to understand, Mr. Chairman, this was inserted for COVID vaccinations. In the event that there's ever another breakout, this particular order would protect our country through all categories, and including this new category.
Just out of the abundance of cautions and curiosity, are there any exemptions to the mandatory vaccinations? Religious reasons or otherwise?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as I've been advised, all of the exemptions actually come from public health. So in the event of religious reasons, public health would waive those particular vaccinations, not immigration.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that in short order we're not having to visit another validation bill for immigration, I still call it immigration, asking for vaccinations that they're intimating that public health does not mandate. So it's an invitation to equalize whatever one department is asking for is backed up by the next one.
My understanding is that it's an enabling provision being inserted. So in the event that the farmhands and the caregivers require vaccination, this is an enabling provision to allow for that to be put in place and to make sure that if it's a notifiable disease, then there's a provision to say you need to have these vaccinations going forward. That's it.
I guess just for clarity, then, Mr. Chair, and I'll stop at that. Once it's fully understood, and I agree with what AG said, that it is an enabling provision, not a mandatory immediate requirement provision. That's a mouthful, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Clause 23, insertion as section 52C, references to special circumstances in certain sections. Clause 24, amendment of section 53, persons exempted. Clause 25.
24, Mr. Chair. I think I have some concept of under 24A1, subsets A, B, and C, but the D, could I get some further explanation as to the justifications for persons employed by the Parliament Management Commission? Real quick.
Mr. Chairman, what I've made to understand is that the folks that work in Parliament are not considered civil servants. So this law carves out them out of that as an exemption. Of work permits. Sorry, it provides them an exemption from work permits and term limits.
Before I about to get defensive, I ask questions for a particular reason, if I could be allowed to expound, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to see that this statutory provision is actually added in to bring Parliament up to the same level of the judiciary and the executive, and that there's a modern day recognition of a level playing field and equality of separation of powers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I concur fully with, I know you don't want me to go any further with this, but something just came to the forefront. Apologize. The Parliament, rightfully so, should be on the same level playing field. But I think that I'm concerned that the staffing of our COAs, which are employed by Parliament Management Commission, could... I say no more.
Mr. Chairman, I think he wanted to say that all COAs should be like the Deputy Governor Caymanians.
Okay. But as long as they're contracted with the Parliament Management Act, they will be covered by this provision. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We thank the member for So, clause 25.
Clause 25, amendment of section 55, who may be gainfully employed. Clause 26, amendment of section 58, consideration of application for work permit by board, etc.
The question is that clause 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 do stand part of the bill.
Sir, Mr. Chair, can I beg your indulgence for 26?
Yes.
It was on the other page and I didn't see it. Thank you very much. It relates to the advertisement of a vacancy to which the application relates to the local newspaper or other prescribed media for 21 days before the submission of the application. If I could just get some explanation as to how that's worked. I know years ago you used to put it in a compass, whatever. What is, and I agree it should be advertised, but the 21 days, does that mean it have to be consecutively? Concurrently?
No.
Once in 21 days, can you just explain how that's going to work?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's 21 days consecutively. It's now 14. Yeah.
But I think the question that members are asking is, do you have to put the ad in the paper 21 days, every day for 21 days, or you put the ad in the paper and it stands for 21 days, has to expire before you can make the application? Two different things.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, it's not 21 days consecutively. Once the ad goes in, they cannot apply for a work permit for at least 21 days. However, they have to also put that ad on the Jobs Cayman portal for that long, for 21 days.
Mr. Chairman, I just want clarity as to what the minister said in respect to saying that it's currently at 14 days. It's not, as far as I'm aware, currently at 14 days for the newspapers. It's currently at 14 days for the portal, but not for newspapers, because this is a new provision. It was taken out of the newspaper in the last two administrations ago. This is reinserting the obligation back to the newspapers now.
Correct. So we're adding the newspaper back in, yes. But on the Jobs Cayman portal, it is 14 days consecutively.
Okay. So just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, both, one is moving from 14 days up and one is introducing it to 21 days altogether because it's not currently required by law.
Yes. So both are we're adding the newspaper. They advertise in the newspaper and they have to wait 21 days before they apply for a work permit. They have to put it on the Jobs Cayman portal also for 21 days So it's now going to be in 2 different sections or 2 different places, giving every Caymanian the opportunity to see it in at least 2 different areas of marketing.
One last question, Mr. Chairman. Is there a definition, because it wasn't a definition in the law anymore before, as to what a newspaper is? Do we have a new definition of newspaper now?
Mr. Chairman, currently it's just prescribed as newspaper.
Mr. Chairman, please give me a little bit of leeway with this, because I think obviously there's going to be questions by business owners as to what a newspaper's definition is. There are some news entities that could say they're a newspaper, but they don't print in a paper format. So it's paperless news. Will they meet the requirement as to newspaper? I'm only trying to avoid you guys having those questions come up, because they're going to come up from an advertising perspective.
Through you, Mr. Chair. What we are ensuring happens is that the ads will be in a print newspaper. The current bill gives Cabinet the opportunity where it says included in there, it says prescribed media. It gives caucus and cabinet to make decisions in the future that if we foresee that online blogs and so forth, that people want to go that way, cabinet and caucus has the opportunity to make that decision. Hence why we put that in here as prescribed.
Mr. Chairman, is the minister, are you saying that at this point you have excluded all other media other than those ones who are physically printing, which is Cayman Compass
Correct.
and Caymanian Times?
Correct.
So any other media house that does news will not be considered meeting the requirement for advertising? Am I understanding that correctly?
Unless they write the cabinet and we sanction them as a newspaper to run these ads.
Clause 27, Minister, I think you have an amendment to Clause 27.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 27 in proposed Section 64 as follows. In subsection A, in subsection 3, by deleting the words terminates his or her employment and substituting the words ceases to be employed with the person's employer. B, in subsection 4, by deleting the words terminates his or her employment and substituting the words ceases to be employed with the person's employer. C, in subsection 5, by deleting paragraph A and substituting the following paragraph. A, proof of the existence of the applicable prescribed circumstance, and D, by deleting subsection 6 and substituting the following subsection. 6, where an application is made under subsection 4, the person shall not work while awaiting the determination of the person's application.
That's a good rule. The question is?
Mr. Chair.
The amendment has been moved. Does the member wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the amendments made to Clause 27 in proposed Section 64 is a cleanup exercise in order to ensure that we capture persons who may quit their job as well as persons who may deliver poor service in order to be dismissed from their job. The phrase terminates his or her employment has been replaced with ceases to be employed with the person's employer. Also, subclause 6 has been amended to state that the persons shall not be allowed to work while awaiting the determination of their complaint.
Member for Kimon-Brackes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, if he could perhaps take this opportunity to explain the practicality or workability of subset 6, where they shall be permitted to reside in the Cayman Islands but not allowed to work. Will they then be here on a visitor's permit, and where will they get their financial substance from?
Mr. Chairman, to the member, what this means is that in the event that the guest worker is harassed, fired for ingest, they have to file a claim with the Department of Labor and Pension. While they're waiting on that investigation, they have some options. One is they must become a visitor because they're no longer on a work permit. 2, it gives them the option of leaving the island until their case is resolved. However, their rollover won't start, so they don't have to leave the island for a year. It is just until their case is actually resolved.
Mr. Chair, is the applicant, while given approval to be on island, be required to show proof of sustainability financially?
Mr. Chairman, they would have to show proof to CBC in order to remain an island.
Mr. Chairman, I have sympathy for the minister actually because he almost caught between a rock and a hard place. I mean, he could ceasing to be employed could end up as a labor tribunal situation. And it's difficult enough for those poor souls to win it when they're here in a jurisdiction, much less when they got to leave the jurisdiction. So they're almost, especially in a case where it's an unjustifiable dismissal or redundancy or whatever they wish to call it, whatever flowery language they utilize. And so I would invite the Honourable Minister and his government at their leisure to look at this particular provision. And if not today, I think it warrants some urgent attention because I can see quite a bit of injustice occurring, perhaps unintentionally, but it's not a good situation for somebody who's, it's like a double jeopardy. You're already fired or terminated. You're given 2 weeks if you can prove that you can stay here financially. And then the other option, which usually is not an option, they probably don't have enough money to even pay to go back, because usually they have to go to labor to get the severance pay or to get those things done. And most of them can't afford an attorney. So are you going to be looking at the legal aid aspect of it to make a provision for them to have access to representation? It's not a simple matter, and it requires a number of the different ministries really looking at it and coming to a resolution, because it could create some liability, for the want of a better terminology.
Mr. Chairman, the member is right. It's also the reason why we, as a ministry, and certainly as a government, has taken a very hard look at our labor laws, because they haven't also been updated in many, many years. And it gives those also have a lot of loopholes where employers use in order to further victimize certainly Caymanians, but definitely including many foreign nationals who work in lower line jobs. So I agree with the member. It is something that I am not just looking into, but as I've said in subsequent, presentations, come January, our labor reform also takes center stage, and pension reform, but definitely our labor reform takes center stage, and we will be certainly going out to public consultation with that.
I understand also, Honourable Member, that there is a 30 days window within which the director is required to resolve the issue. So it is time sensitive as well. So that probably helps, because I understand the point you're making about the double jeopardy. It's like you're in a bad marriage and you're forced to leave, and then you're punished for leaving the bad marriage and so on. So my understanding is that the director has a discretion. If it is and prima facie that there was some justification for leaving the employment, the director has the discretion to allow you to continue to be employed and remain on the island and so on. So, but I think it probably needs to be a finesse, if I might use that word. And so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. And that's comforting to know, but perhaps the Honourable Minister, his team may, I can see this becoming an issue, want to create, even though there seems to be a soft moratorium on staff, a staff or certain staff to do like a quasi-director, because this particular law gives a colossal amount of powers to the director. And that, Mr. Chair, was one of the procedural issues I had from a statutory perspective. Most times you would see like the functions of the director. For whatever reason, this has a lot of times where it's to the director or the board. And I wasn't quite sure what the machinery was for a person to go to the director, regardless who he or she may be, as opposed to an 8 or 9 member board. And I just want to make sure that we know what we're creating when we do it this way. That's not questioning about integrity, it's just from a purely statutory based on experience.
Question is that the amendment to clause 27 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause 27, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. Clause 27, as amended, does stand part of the bill.
Clause 28, amendment of section 66, term limits. Clause 29, insertion of section 66A, 66B, and 66C.
Mr. Chair, I know you're trying to expedite, but on 28, I just had a quick question that's related to subset B3, where it talks on page 46, where it refers to I'm employed as a civil servant and then became a worker. Are we envisioning a situation where the reverse is happening? Because one of the problems we had now is that they had like a year to go and they wanted to switch over to government so that they could get some sense of permanency. Is this a reversal situation that's being envisioned, that they were a civil servant and then they could become a worker? And how are we going to deal with that? Is this permissible and under what parameters?
She got a question on 28.
Mr. Chairman, member, what we're doing is just ensuring that the term limits in the civil service and outside the civil service remains the same, that we're tracking both. So an example of this is that if a person is in the civil service of work, or if a person is in the civil service and quits their job to go to the private sector, and let's say they have 5 years that they've worked in the civil service, and they are transitioned to the private sector, and the rollover is, let's say, 7 years. Once they transition to the private sector, they know they only have 2 years to be employed in the private sector before they go and roll over. So we track them both ways.
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe I'm missing something. I just want to make sure I understand, because this is a delicate, it was a huge issue with current government and past government. If you're a civil servant and you leave to go to the private sector, there's supposed to be a period of time that you become a visitor if you're a non-Caymanian. And I'm just trying to make sure that's what's going to happen, that because you're a civil servant, you still have an extra safety net to leave the civil service. And this particular sensitive in areas, for example, where we have like data protection or things of that nature, we train them in the civil service and then they go to the private sector after we've invested in them time and dollars and everything else. So I just want to make sure that this statute is not creating for the non-Caymanian civil servant a benefit that is not being created for the domestic worker or the farmer or someone else from the private sector. Would they then have a period of time when they leave the service that they become a visitor until they apply for the private sector? Because the way it's worded is that as a civil servant and then become a worker, it's almost implied that the work permit will be approved. Is there a immigration purgatory period called a visitor permit?
there's no purgatory period, sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. There's no purgatory period in this. Whether you are in the civil service or out, your term limit stays the same, as I just expressed in my example. If you're in the civil service for 5 years, leave, go into the private sector, you have 7 years. So there's no purgatory in between.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the term limit, and to a large extent, save and accept the exemptions that are being carved out, agree with the term limit. What I don't want to see happening is that you're a non-Caymanian civil servant and you want to leave after being trained up or whatever the reason is, because 9 times out of 10 you're not going to be fired. So it's usually voluntarily leaving the service. So they want to leave and then they get a work permit to leave because they're non-Caymanian. What's a quantum leap between being a civil servant? Because once you leave, that's how you were here in the territory. Yeah? Shouldn't they not either have to leave the island for, like what just happened in the previous paragraph, because you're leaving one employee to go into the next one, or should they not then juxtapose into a visitor permit while the director of work exercise or not exercise a discretion to give them that permit to go over? Because you're going to have a lot of jumping ships around the place, and we want jumping planes.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, anyone any guest worker in the civil service who leaves would still have to apply for a work permit. And throughout that time of their work permit, they then have to go on a visitor's visa. So I don't think that, based on how this law is written, I don't think it gives them an advantage at this point.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you, and just expanding on the member for Cayman Brac East point, recognizing in government that some of the people that we have working in the civil service also do work with sensitive data. I mean, I can think of security forces, I can think of regulatory agencies and so forth. To have people move directly to, say, from government straight into the private sector, non-Caymanians that is, with sensitive information or knowledge of sensitive information, I think this is something that we need to weigh out, especially because first one that comes to mind for me is really SEMA. SEMA does have a strong regulatory standpoint, but we also need to let the private sector know that people, especially if you move into a competitor of someone else, that someone isn't just moving with government knowledge, sensitive government knowledge, that is now going to a competitor with that knowledge. So I think we need to at least give the other sectors, at least the business people, some comfort that their sensitive data, their sensitive information isn't going to a competitor in that regard. So I think we need, at a minimum, where we're challenging enough where Caymanians can do it, but to really open the possibility that non-Caymanians can also do the same thing too. I think that is something that needs to be looked at, depending on the kind of job that they do have.
But other sections of the law require the person who's changing work to leave the island for up to certainly while the work is being processed, but there's been something about a year or something that you might have to be before you can apply once you leave the island.
Within the first 2 years, yes.
Yeah. But no civil servant who's employed by the government can just go and apply, get somebody to apply for work permit, because especially a non-Caymanian, they're under contractual regulations and work permit specifications to work for government.
Mr. Chairman, all I'm trying to do is to ensure that what they were, or what we were trying to achieve by putting term limits on the non-Caymanian civil servants to protect the Caymanian civil servants, that we're not allowing a loophole for those same non-Caymanian civil servants to go in and to compete with the Caymanians in the private sector, because they're being treated differently than what if somebody left from the private sector to go to another private sector or to government. There's a break where they got option to go home or they are a visitor. That's what I'm trying to avoid. And maybe it's not an issue, but to me it's an issue.
Mr. Chair, the AG has asked if the lady member could repeat the question again, or repeat the concern.
It refers here, which brought to my attention, as a civil servant and then become a worker, that there were going to be opportunities where a non-Caymanian civil servant decided to leave to go to the private sector. And I wanted to find out whether there was going to be a period that they would then become a visitor, because obviously they would have then to get a work permit in the private sector. And I'm not persuaded that that is being contemplated, that rather they just get a work permit and go into the private sector.
So what happens in the gap?
Yeah, what happened in that gap?
In the
I
gap.
used the loose word purgatory, but that's what.
Yeah.
I was just.
Mr. Chair, I thank the lady member for the question. Just to address the point, the lady member has identified a gap that would occur once a non-Caymanian leaves the civil servant and that civil service and attempts to get a job in the private sector, and what happens in that period, which is covered if you're a non-Caymanian leaving the private sector, and that you'll be rolled over. The ministry is given the undertaking that they will look at the legislation to cover the gap.
Clause 29, insertion of section 66A, 66B, and 66C, exemption from term limits under section 66, term limits for non-Caymanian civil servants, exemption from term limits under section 66B.
The question is that clause 28 and 29 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 and 29 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 30, amendment of section 67, work permit fees.
Honourable Minister, you have given notice of an amendment to clause 30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended by deleting clause 30 and substituting the following clause. Amendment of section 67, work permit fees. 30, the Principal Act is amended in section 67 as follows. A, by repealing subsection 1 and substituting the following subsection. 1, an application for a work permit shall be accompanied by A, the application fee, B, the work permit fee, and C, the fee for an identification card issued under Section 71, which fees shall be paid into the general revenue of the islands, and where the application is unsuccessful, the notification of refusal shall be accompanied by an authorization for a refund of the work permit fee to the applicant, and B, by inserting after subsection 2 the following subsections. 2A, notwithstanding section 72, subsection 2, subsection F, the director, after consultation with the minister, may prescribe by notice the fee for a work permit or temporary work permit in a case where an occupation for which a work permit or temporary work permit is being sought is not prescribed. 2B, a fee prescribed under subsection 2A shall not exceed the highest annual work permit fee prescribed under section 72, subsection 2, subsection F. 2C, the director shall cause a notice specified under subsection 2A to be published in the Gazette.
The amendment has been moved. Does a member wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, before the member speaks, if you would kindly indulge me, I'm going to ask to be excused to go to the other jurisdiction called Home and Kimmenbrock. And I just wanted to say that my abstention was based on the fact that I did have questions in committee. I still have a few more. The main ones were out. And had I not have to catch the commercial flight when it came to the third reading the report in, I was going to elevate it to an affirmative, and that's the reason for the abundance of caution while I'm gone, that any other stories won't emanate therefrom. Thank you.
You're excused. Safe flight.
Happy holidays.
Today, oh, I got to be done today. Now we no longer be. Yeah, but you can't debate the other fees, and I can only debate that one. No. You got to speak to the bill on the floor. So I'm giving you ample notice now. You know what is done, Mr. The Minister, would you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Noting that it is the government's intention to begin issuing identification cards to work permit holders, this amendment seeks to require payment of a non-refundable fee for the issuance of an identification card at the time of applying for a work permit.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown East.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Through you to the minister, I'm just wondering, something on application, a fee for an identification card to be made non-refundable. What would be the thinking behind that? That and the work permit fee I think, is reasonable and just to return, and government keep the application fee.
Minister, I think the question from the member for Georgetown East is, under the proposed amendment, you are returning the work for an application that is refused, you are returning the work permit fee. The question he's asking is, why are you keeping the identification card? Because the person would not have been issued an identification card fee if they didn't get a work permit. So that maybe that should be refunded along with the work permit fee. And what the government maintains is the application fee, which was the administrative work that was done. That's the part. That's what you're trying to make.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you, member. We will make the identification fee refundable in the event that the individual does not attain a work permit. Okay. And we will make the necessary amendments in the law.
Member for Georgetown East.
Mr. Chairman, may I propose a motion to amend it right here in the bill, the draft bill?
Just add the words on to this by amendment from you. Go ahead.
Yep, so there in the last 4 lines of it, the notification of refusal shall be accompanied by an authorization for a refund of the work permit fee and the fee for an identification card to the applicant.
Okay.
That takes care of it.
Yep. Okay.
So I put the motion.
Okay, the motion has been moved. Does anybody wish to speak to the motion? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, no. The amendment is therefore amended to include those words.
Thank you all.
The question is that the amendment to, the amended amendment to clause 30 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amended amendment is therefore approved. The question is that clause 30, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 30, as amended, do stand part of the bill. You go to 34 now, 33.
Clause 31, amendment of section 70, marriages and civil partnerships of convenience. Clause 32, insertion of section 71A, reissue of documents and provision for duplicates. Clause 33, amendment of section 72, regulations.
The question is that clause 31, 32, and 33 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 31, 32, and 33 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 34, insertion of section 75A.
Honourable Minister, you have
Offense to submit false information concerning financial standing.
Honourable Minister, you have filed an amendment to clause 34. Would you intend to move the amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 34 as follows. That the bill be amended in clause 34 as follows. A, by deleting the clause heading and substituting the following clause heading. Insertion of section 75A and 75B. Offense to submit false information concerning financial standing. Offense to submit false information concerning annual declaration. B, in the chapeau, by deleting the words the following section and substituting the words the following sections. And C, by inserting after proposed section 75A the following proposed section. Offense to submit false information concerning annual declaration. 75B, where a person is required under this act to file an annual declaration and the person provides false information in relation to the annual declaration. A, the person commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term of 1 year or to both. And B, the provision of that false information by the person is a ground for revocation of the grant of the right to be Kimanian or the relevant certificate.
Amendment has been moved. Does Honourable Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the amendments made by... Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any comment on this one. Sorry.
Does any other member wish to speak? The question is that the amendment to clause 34 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment to clause 34 has been approved. The question is that clause 34, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 do stand part of the bill.
Clause 35, insertion of section 83A, further transitional matters.
Honourable Minister, you have given notice of an amendment to clause 35. You move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in Clause 35 in proposed Section 83A as follows. A, by deleting subsection 4 and substituting the following subsections. 4, Section 28, subsection 3, and 4 of the Principal Act as amended by Section 10, subsection A, and B of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025 shall not apply to a person referred to in subsection 4A. A, who has been granted the right to reside permanently in the islands or whose certificate has been issued under 1, the Principal Act, 2, the Repealed Immigration Act of 2015 revision, or 3, any prior immigration law saved by the Repealed Immigration Act 2015 revision, and B, whose right to reside permanently in islands or whose certificate is in force at the date of the commencement of Section 10A and B of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025. 4A, for the purposes of Section 4, the persons are as follows. A person who has been granted the right to reside permanently in the islands after having been legally and ordinarily resident in the islands for a period of at least 8 years, other than a person referred to in sections 37, subsection A, 37(1), subsection A, subsection B, subsection C, or subsection D of the Principal Act. B, a spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian or permanent resident who is the holder of a residency and employment rights certificate by virtue of marriage to or civil partnership with the Caymanian or permanent resident. C, a person who is the holder of a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means. And D, a spouse or civil partner and any dependent of the holder of a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means who is the holder of a certificate of permanent residence for dependents of persons of independent means. 4B, a person referred to in subsection 4 may apply in accordance with the relevant act under which A, the person's right to reside permanently in the islands was granted, or B, the person's certificate was issued. For the grant of the right to be Caymanian under section 28, subsection 3 or 4 of the Principal Act, or under any other earlier analogous provision, and B, by deleting subsection 6 and substituting the following subsections. 6, subject to subsection 6A, where on the date of commencement of section 10D of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025, a person holds the right to be Caymanian pursuant to section 28, subsection 5 of the Principal Act. The person is required to comply with the requirement to file an annual declaration as set out in sections 28, subsection 6A. 6A, where on the date of commencement of section 10, subsection D of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025, a person has held the right to be Caymanian pursuant to section 28, subsection 5 of the Principal Act for more than 7 years. The requirement to file an annual declaration as set out in sections 28, subsection 6A shall not apply. 6B, where on the date of commencement of section 14, subsection H, 15, subsection A, 17, or 20 of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025, a person holds a certificate referred to in the relevant provision that the person is required to comply with the requirement to file an annual declaration as set out in the relevant provision. 6C, where on the date of commencement of Section 12 of the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Act 2025, a person holds any category of certificate which grants the person the right to reside permanently in the islands, the person is liable to pay the relevant prescribed fees in respect of the person's spouse, or the civil partner and the person's dependents for the continued approval of the right to reside permanently in the islands in accordance with Section 36, subsection 2A.
The amendment has been moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The amendment seeks to make it more clear which specific facilities are covered in the transitional provisions. Therefore, Clause 35, the new subsection 83A, subsection 4, has been broken down into further subsections, one that relates to and specifically lists out all the relevant types of permanent residents that this validation clause will relate to, and one that confirms that the person can thereafter apply for the grant of the right to be Kimanian under subsection 28, subsection 3 or 4 of the Principal Act, based on the version of the law under which receive their permanent residence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member for Georgetown Central?
Mr. Speaker, this is a very substantial amendment. One that I don't think even some of the members on the government side understood. Because it goes from subject to subsection so-and-so will be so-and-so, subjection to so-and-so, and it's like a web of confusion for legislation. Now, it may be easy for drafters to totally understand that, but I'm certain if you ask any member of the public to understand what just transpired in that whole amendment, they probably say no, unless they're in immigration themselves. And this is exactly why I debated that we should have a red line document to explain how this is interpreted. Can the minister, here's the question, can the minister explain in common terms what just happened? What did he just say as to the amendment? Somebody that don't know anything about law, what did that mean?
Mr. Chairman, the member is right. I do understand it. Can I coach a person through it? No, that's why I have these folks back here. The law, at the end of the day, is written to ensure that the folks behind here can do their jobs. My job is to create legislation and help them do their jobs to the best of my ability.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say thank you to the Honourable Minister for his honesty. But it's not only for the technocrats to understand. We're here legislators on behalf of the people. So if he can admit that he don't understand what he just said, how do you expect the public to understand it? And this is what we talked about, not having the opportunity to discuss this in 28 days before, 26 hours before the debate. This is a substantial amendment to the amendment of the bill. That is the I don't know what else to say, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, just to simplify it some more, what it really means at this point is it's which certificates and which permits fall under which transitional provisions. This was one of the feedbacks that we got during the stakeholder meetings, that we needed to simplify the language. All of this stuff is in there. What we've done is split it up so immigration consultants, immigration lawyers can actually go down the way and interpret it better. And our team, as we put our policies together, our immigration policies, it will be more laid out also in layman's terms in our immigration policy that we're creating in 2026.
The question is that the amendment to clause 35 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause 35, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 do stand part, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 36, validation.
Honourable Minister, you have filed an amendment to clause 36. You move the amendment, please.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended in clause 36 by inserting after subclause 1 the following subclause. 1A, where prior to the commencement of Section 10A of this amending and validating Act, A, the Director of Work granted the right to be Kimanian to persons who satisfied the requirements under Section 28, subsection 10 of the Principal Act instead of the board as set out under the provision. B, the grant was issued citing Sections 33, subsection 2 of the Principal Act as the purported statutory authority for the granting of that right. And C, fees were paid to and charged and collected by the Director of Work without statutory authority for the grant. The grant of the right to be Kimanian issued to those persons by the Director of Work, and the payment to and the charging and collection of fees by the Director of Work are validated and considered to be lawful as if the grant was issued and the fees were charged, paid, and collected under Section 10A of this amending and validating Act.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The amendment seeks to make it more clear with which specific facilities are covered in the transitional provisions. Therefore, clause 35.
Sorry. Which one is it?
Must be getting tired by now, fellow.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, clause 36 is being amended to insert a validation provision in order to validate those facilities that have been previously issued pursuant to Section 33, subsection 2, along with the collection of the monies relating to the application fees for those facilities.
Member wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, just as a procedural...
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a procedural matter, after I have an amendment to this section, do you deal with his as well first? Or do I... My apologies.
The question is that the amendment as proposed by the Minister to Clause 36 be approved. Oh.
No, we haven't got that.
No, your amendment is to the next clause, Clause 10.
I do have a question all the same, Mr. Chairman. Is it fair to say that this clears up that any fees that were collected that may not have been had the legal authority to be collected will confirm now that this change will give them the authority to collect it?
Yes, and validates the ones that we already collected.
Is that an acceptance that there were fees that were collected?
The question is that the proposed amendment to Clause 36 be approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that Clause 36, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 36, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 37, orders or determinations by court not affected.
The question is that Clause 37 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Those against, no.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown.
We are at 37.
Yes. Standing order is required that all new clauses are introduced after we have gone through all of the clauses of the bill. So we have to do all of the bill, and then if there's a new clause proposed, it has to be introduced at that point, not before.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of Clause 37 being part of the bill, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 stands part of the bill.
New clause 10A.
Honourable Minister, you have proposed a new clause 10A. Could you move the clause, please?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended by inserting after Clause 10 the following clause. Amendment of Section 29, persons who may apply to the Director of Work for the right to be Kimanian. 10A, the Principal Act is amended in Section 29 as follows. A, by renumbering Section 29 as Section 29(1), and B, by inserting after Section 29, subsection 1, as renumbered, the following subsections. 2, a person who is Kimanian by entitlement, and A, who has attained the age of 17 years old, B, whose Kimanian status by entitlement. 1, will expire when that person attains the age of 18 years, or 2, has expired on that person having attained the age of 18 years, and C, who has been legally and ordinarily resident in islands for at least 5 of the 7 years immediately preceding the date of the application, may apply to the director in the prescribed form for the grant of the right to be Caymanian, and the application shall be accompanied by the prescribed fee. 3, an application made under subsection 2 shall be granted unless the director has compelling reasons for refusing it. 4, where an application made under subsection 2 is granted, the grant shall take effect: A, when a person attains the age of 18 years, or B, where that person is already 18 years from the date of the grant. 5, in relation to the qualification for legal and ordinarily residents referred to in this section: A, where any question arises as to whether an applicant was or was not during any material period legally and ordinarily resident in the islands, such question shall be decided by the director. B, where an applicant has been legally and ordinarily resident in the islands and has been absent from the islands for any period for the purpose of that person's education, health, or business, the director may count such period of absence as a period of legal and ordinary residence in the islands if the director is satisfied that, but for such period of absence, the applicant would have in fact continued to be legally and ordinarily resident in the islands. And C, nothing in this subsection shall have effect so as to preclude any applicant from appealing to the Immigration Appeals Tribunal under Section 21 on the grounds that the director came to the wrong decision on the question of whether during any material period that that person was or was not legally and ordinarily resident in the islands. The director of work, in his or her discretion, may require or allow an applicant to attend before the director of work in support of that person's application, but an applicant is not entitled to appear before the director of work. An applicant who is aggrieved by the refusal of the director of work to grant that person the right to be Caymanian may, subject to Section 21, appeal to the Immigration Appeals Tribunal against such refusal.
New Clause 10A, amendment of Section 29, persons who may apply to the Director of Work for the right to be Caymanian.
The new clause, having been read a first time, the question now is that this clause be read a second time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it. The clause is deemed to have been read a second time. Is there any debate on the new clause?
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 71 and 2 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honourable Kenneth Vernon Bryan, Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
We got to deal with the clause first. If the clause is finished, then you can move, because your amendment calls for it to be deleted. If there's nothing to delete, you can't delete it. Okay? I'll call you when you're ready. I'm not going to miss you.
Can you repeat the question then, Mr. Chairman? Because I think there is you're opening the floor to.
Yeah, the new clause is first required to be read a first time by the clerk. Then we have to vote on it being read a second time, just like it was on the floor of the Assembly. Now it's open for debate. Does any member wish to speak? Does the mover, wish to speak to the clause?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Clause 10 is being further amended by repealing current Section 28, subsection 10 of the Act, and moving it to Section 29, which is entitled persons who may apply to the Director of Work for the right to be Kimanian.
Does any other member wish to Are you finished, Honorable Minister? Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I am challenged to have heard what the minister just said. I think he said that this section is moving one section from the legislation to this new section. Did I hear that right? Because I don't want, you see, we're in a debate now, Mr. Speaker. Right, so
well, you can speak more. You're committed. You can speak more once.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I have some serious concerns about the process. I know the good member, honorable member, would highlight that I'm trying to delay this process because of due process. You may not appreciate due process yet, but in time you will, especially when you're in the opposite end of process. Mr. Speaker, just from a historical perspective, whenever legislation is brought to this Honorable House, it goes through a series of steps that is outlined within our standing orders, outlined within conventions and parliamentary procedures. The components of public consultation is important, one upon which the original bill has done, and the minister has spoken to that tremendously, of how many meetings they had, consultation with private sector, and so forth. And the privilege to make amendments to clauses that has been put out to the public is for minor amendments for clarity, not substantial changes. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, when you add substantially new clauses to a bill, it is ultimately circumventing the scrutiny provisions on the public ability to examine it. Now, the minister may say, rightfully so, that this came from the public, at least I'm going to assume that, as opposed to the department just saying, oh, we caught on to this, let's put this in now too as well. Because what this is, with a brand new clause, the public would not have had the opportunity to examine this and say, oh, here's my feedback. That's the purpose of public consultation. Now, it's regardless of whether I agree or disagree with a substantive change or amendment to the bill, is irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, especially with the government's commitment to doing things in a proper way. When we start to not pay attention to these conventional provisions of making sure the process is done right, and they're saying, oh, while we're going to the House, let's change this other part, that is going against the protocols of allowing good process. And it is not conventionally appropriate to be just adding a new clause to a bill that has already done its public consultation. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, it is not even in my authority to decide what is considered to be a substantive change or not. Mr. Chairman, technically speaking, that is your job. But what my assertion is that this is a brand new clause. And therefore, the minister have not even said where this clause came from. And it sounds to me it's an exercise that came directly from the department. And as much as I may, even if I said I agree with the proposed changes, it's what we have to recognize is we're not doing things the right way.
In response to you, member for Georgetown Central, I think that this is not something new. New clauses at this stage of bills is not something new. The standing orders specifically provides in Section 70 for exactly this to happen. So it is within the rules for it to happen, and it happens often in this Parliament. So just to give you the comfort that, in my view, it is all done within the rules of standing orders and the normal provisions of what happens in the House and what is allowed to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is your ruling on the floor, which has to be accepted as you're the presiding officer. But it may be good for Hansards to be heard, particularly in the areas upon which you were highlighting. I'm assuming you're speaking to Section 70, 3, 7, and 8. And if you would indulge me by allowing me to read it, it says, amendment to new clauses and new schedules. Subsection 3 says, every amendment shall be relevant to the subject matter of the clause to which it relates. I'm quite sure we can all say that this is related to immigration. And 7 says, the presiding officer may refuse to put an amendment which appears to be to the presiding officer to be intended to vary the basic substance of a clause if, in the presiding officer's opinion, the proper course is to negative the clause and propose a new one. 8, the presiding officer may refuse to allow an amendment which is, in his or her opinion, frivolous and meaningless to be moved. Now, there's other provisions as to your authority, Mr. Chairman, but as
member for Georgetown Central now, read 9. 9 says, new clauses shall be considered after the clauses of the bill as printed have been disposed of and before consideration of the schedule. What you read are related to existing clauses that amendments are proposed to within the bill. There's a new clause, and new clauses are allowed, and we have to follow the procedure that we're now following for new clauses.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not suggesting that you're not allowed, or this committee under your authority is not allowed to add new clauses. That's not what I'm saying. Substantial new policy provisions within the clause that were not able to be seen by public consultation is the problem that I'm talking about.
You mean within the bill, not within the clause?
Within the bill.
Okay.
So what we could potentially be doing is, say, for example, we put a bill together, carried out the public consultation, something substantial about it we haven't put out there for the public to see, and then we come and you stick it in at the last hour under these provisions that is substantially going to have a significant effect to the changes to the people who are affected by the law. The purpose of amendments are supposed to be for clarity, minor grammatical errors, fundamental fixing of legal structure, not fundamental policy new points. Otherwise, the public has missed the opportunity to have their say and say, oh, you know what, government, I don't like that, or I love that. They haven't gotten that opportunity. So, I mean, again, the government has the authority by way of numbers to do that, but I'm saying that this is not good practice.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Member for Bordentown East.
Thank you. What I might suggest to the member also is that during consultation, maybe the substantive change came from consultation. So.
Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister.
Clause 10 isn't new. Clause 10 already exists in the current immigration bill. So I hear what the member is saying, This is not substantive. Clause 10 already exists. The public already sees Clause 10. All we're doing is moving it under Clause 9. We, in here, have already passed Clause 9. All we're doing is taking Clause 10 and moving it under Clause 9. That's it. So it reads better.
Mr. Chairman, can the minister say, does it have any changes in effect in where it is and what heading it's under? Because if it doesn't, why did he change it?
He just told you. Anyway.
All right.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have agreed in this House on Clause 9, which empowers the Director to make decisions under Clause 9. We're doing the same when we move Clause 10 under Clause 9. That's all it is. It's just a continuation. So we've already done it. We've already given the Director permission to make decisions under Clause 9. We're taking Clause 10, we're transitioning it under Clause 9 so the Director can make decisions and keep on moving the system to where it's efficient. Right now, it doesn't read well, and I'm hoping that the member would agree. The challenges is that people are moving up and down in the immigration bill and can't find what they're looking for. We're just trying to make it read better. So when we went through the stakeholder meeting, it was one of the major feedbacks.
All right. Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit unclear. Are we dealing with his motion?
No.
We're dealing now with
We're dealing with the new clause.
the new clause. That's where I have my question.
Once we've completed dealing with the new clause,
Yeah.
then we will deal with the.
So I'm looking at
Georgetown
clause.
Central.
I'm looking at Clause 10, the proposed new Clause 10A, Section 5, subsection B, where it talks about someone who's legally an ordinary resident and has been absent for a period of for the purpose of that person's education, health, and business. But it says that the Director may count such period of absence as a period of legal residency. That suggests to me that it's at the Director's discretion. And I'm just something as to me it would be totally egregious for a Director to refuse not to allow a person's absence from the island for school or for training or for your health reasons to have it counted towards his residency. I'm just wondering, I would suggest we consider changing that word may to shall.
I can't get involved in debate. No. I don't get involved in your debate. No.
You know, it's just to the
Georgetown East, I think your stuff would be covered under subsection 7, where they have the right to appeal the decision of the, right. So if he wrongly does something that is blatantly wrong, then they can appeal it.
All right, but I mean, what I would then suggest, Mr. Chairman, want to know what are the circumstances in which he might refuse to allow for that time period away from the islands to be counted towards residency. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, while the minister confers, I think in general terms, I'm in agreement with the member from Georgetown East. However, there are times where, especially on the term medical reasons, where there can be some manipulation if it's not necessary medical reasons. And I think that could pose some challenges because there are many, many optional types of medical reasons that persons could absent themselves from the islands. And I would ask members to perhaps not state on the mic what I stated off the mic.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, by all means, I'm no longer going to be putting any challenges or any other questions to this, but I want to just say for wrap up, because this is the last clause of this bill, and then we're going to go back to House. Thankfully, this will be over soon and move on to the other matters of Parliament. But I want to put on the record of committee, because I think it's going to come back and haunt us. We have no guidelines to these discussions. We've given a lot of power and discretion to the director today, a lot in this committee. And I think that it may end up being challenged, and this idea that it can go to the tribunal themselves still have to hold the decision accountable as per the law. And if the law has no guidelines, then technically the director has full authority because it's fully in their discretion. I think that's a dangerous thing to do. I think it could be put ourselves in a challenging situation before the courts, that there has to be some level of guidelines around discretion. I just want that to be, that's why I asked if the AG was here earlier, because I'd like for him to give input, but he's not here. I just want to put it on the floor of the House. That as a member of Parliament and one of the members who was in discussion at this time and this day and this year, that God forbid it comes back up, I brought it to the attention of this committee when we were passing these legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, let's just let the AG clarify this point about guardrails around discretion. Hold on. It's an important point that the member raised.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, two things. First, the hope is that at some stage there will be guidelines that are promulgated and published, which the public can be made aware of. But secondly, and probably more importantly, the Section 19 of the Constitution. Section 19 of the Constitution. Thank you, sorry, Minister. Member. Section 19 of the Constitution. Well, if I might best contextually say, is the director is a public officer, and so he's subject to the strictures of the Constitution. And Section 19 of the Constitution says whatever he does must be reasonable and proportionate. So he would have been bound by those language, and so, and clearly, if it is that he acts arbitrarily and unreasonably, those can be challenged, like any other public officer and dealt with. So he should be, whatever he does, he would have to do that with an eye or two eyes on Section 19 of the Constitution. But apart from that, as chambers, we have been advising public authorities that where you have wide policy discretions, you must put in place some sort of a guideline so that the public can have an idea what it is to expect in terms of the protocols around the exercise of those discretions. Thank you. They will come, honorable member. They will come.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a note here. For, I guess, this is a reminder, I think everyone in this honorable house would know what I'm about to say already. But for the listening public, when the 2009 Constitution came into being, everything except those highlighted on the Section 55 of the Constitution, which is the governor's reserve power, went into the political directorate realm. What I will say, and this is one of the things that I don't know if the practice has continued, but one of the things that we did after the 21 election, when we were doing the cabinet note on the finances of the country, we treated almost every ministry like an annual report, where those stats and everything else was provided to ministers, so everyone had an idea of, I can tell you for immigration, how many work permits were processed, how much were deferred, and everything else. And we basically did that for pretty much every ministry, so that the information is there. I think where the issue comes in, and I'm going to say it, is that some ministers were far more effective in going through those numbers with their staff, but I can tell you, you have one of the most competent chief officers in the public service in West Lowell. I can tell anyone that every information that has been asked for, that when I was minister, the amount of permits that were processed, the amount were deferred, and everything else, we saw this. And it is important, and I will say this to cabinet ministers, it is important that on a monthly basis, you have those discussions with your chief officers to find out exactly what has been happening, because there's nothing worse than coming and then getting an annual report and then seeing a number explode to say, well, this is what happened a year before. And you're like, when did this creep up? So I say that to say that it is important for the ministers. I know from experience, when I was there, that Minister Brian and Minister Jay did a very good job of going through their stuff each month. And I can't say others did, but I can tell you that they did, because they sat with me almost every month going through just about everything of material movements in their ministry. And I can't stress the ministers enough, and I know the Premier will probably do the same thing too, that these are the kind of things that you have to sit on, stay on top of, to make sure, because now this thing has been devolved to you. So do not take it for granted. And I can tell you, just as though, as the AG said, you can send directives down, you can send the policies, because these are things exactly within the realm. The only thing I will tell you that they need to fix is that NCC law, because I do not understand to this day how that where cabinet is the highest executive authority in this country as per the Constitution, and you have entities within government that wields more executive authority than cabinet. That is a bastardization of the Constitution that needs to be fixed. And Premier, I really hope that not only for the NCC, but for every other legislation or everything where cabinet does not have, where an entity subordinate to cabinet is wielding more power than cabinet, is a problem in this country where executive authority lies. So I hope that is one cleanup exercise that is done, that restore the balance back of what cabinet has to do and also what the legislative or the parliament has to do. Thank you.
Okay. Does any other member wish to speak on the bill? Yep. Okay. If no other member wish to speak to the new clause, all those in favor? The question is that the new clause be added to the bill as clause number 10. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The new clause has been added to the bill. Now we got to do the title, right? We have one more amendment, right? One more new clause.
New clause 25A.
Honourable Minister, you have an amendment adding another clause. Could you please move the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Standing Order 70, I beg to move a motion for the bill to be amended by a certain, after Clause 25, the following clause. Amendment of Section 56, Application for Work Permit. 25A, the Principal Act is amended in Section 56, subsection 4, subsection A, by deleting the words the administrative filing fee, the work permit fee, and substituting the words the application fee, the work permit fee.
Minister, sorry to interrupt you, but I made a big goof up.
Okay.
I apologize to the member for Georgetown Central. I need to call on him to move his amendment that he filed on clause 10A.
I won't even say what's going through my mind right now. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure of the procedural steps necessary for withdrawal of this, whether I move it then withdraw or do I do outright withdrawal. Either way, based on your direction, I'll take heed, sir.
I think you just move that you wish to withdraw the amendment that you had proposed. It's clause 10.
Mr. Chair.
Seek leave of the committee to do so.
Mr. Chair, I seek leave of this committee to seek withdrawal of the notice of committee stage amendment standing in my name that reads as such because there was one before this, so I have to read out what it said. In accordance with Standing Order 71 and 2 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honourable Kenneth Vernon Bryan, Deputy Leader of Opposition, elected member for Georgetown, give notice to move the following amendments to Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 that 1. The bill be amended by deleting the new clause 10A. I thereby ask leave of this committee to withdraw such amendment.
The question is...
Mr. Chair, just as a procedural matter, I agree with everything that has just been said, but this happened during Finance Committee, and I want to just get it straight. On my interpretation, if a member has put forward either amendment or a motion, and of their own volition want to withdraw it, I don't think they need the leave of the House to withdraw their own, because...
I think because it has been tabled and circulated. Yeah, and I think...
Yeah, but he's withdrawing it.
Yeah.
But do you need leave, though? Because what happens if we say no and it stays? We would have a conundrum.
Mr. Chair, we've had this, and I can't tell you what has happened and how these new standing orders work, but what I can say is, in committee, you didn't need a seconder, and you could do as you please as the mover, because as the Premier said, suppose now the government says no. We cannot force a member to move a motion. That is his right. So I think everything is correct up until leave. I think he simply, in his name, moves to withdraw because he no longer wants to move the amendment. He doesn't need us.
Actually, member, Mr. Chair, if I dare say the terminology seek leave of this House is actually not to the members, it's actually to the chair. So it's for me I say to this committee. Yeah, you're right. Mr. Chair, you give direction, please. Whichever procedural way you want me to do it, I'll do it. Mr. Chair, just for abundance of caution, I'm going to do it quite quickly. Seeking leave of the chair of this committee, I ask that the committee stage amendment standing in my name that reads as such, In accordance with Standing Order 71 and 2 of the Parliament, Standing Orders 2025, I, the Honourable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Leader of Opposition, elected member for Georgetown, give notice to move the following amendments to the Immigration Transition Amendment and Invalidation Bill 2025 that reads that the bill be amended by deleting new clause 10A. And I seek your leave to withdraw it, Mr. Chair.
Leave to withdraw granted. Clause has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Honourable Minister, would you read the amendment to clause 25, please, with a new clause?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the bill be amended by inserting after clause 25 of the following clause, amendment of section 56, application for work permit. 25A, the principal act is amended in section 56, subsection 4, subsection A, but deleting the words the administrative filing fee, the work permit fee, and substituting the words that the application fee, the work permit fee, the fee for an identification card issued under section 71.
The amendment has been moved. Would the Minister wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Once again, noting that it is the government's intention to begin issuing identification cards to work permit holders, this amendment into section 56, subsection 4, subsection A of the Act replaces the phrase administrative filing fee with the application fee.
Work permit fee and identification card fee.
And requires the payment of a fee for the issuance of an identification card at the time of applying for a work permit.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? If not, the question is that amendment to clause 56A be approved. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those, right? The clause has been approved. The question is that a new clause, 25A, be added to the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The new clause, 25A, has been added to the bill. You're not quite finished yet.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision to give the Caymanian Status and Permanent Residency Board and the Director of Work the discretion to allow a residency and employment right certificate to remain in force where the holder's marriage or civil partnership is, among other things, dissolved, to make exemptions provided for under Section 53(1)(b), either unconditional or subject to such conditions as may be determined by Cabinet, to introduce term limits for non-Caymanian civil servants, to introduce certificates for commercial farmhands, to provide for the making of regulations to deal with the refund of fees in certain circumstances, to provide a further validation of certain fees charged and collected by the Director of Work and certain fines imposed, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bills be reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The bills will accordingly be reported to the House. That concludes the business in committee. The House will go back on session. Full House is back in session.
Report on bills. Submarine Cable, Telecommunications Resilience Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I have to report that a bill shortly entitled Submarine Cable Telecommunications Resilience Bill 2025 was considered by the Committee of the Whole House and passed by the Committee State without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and set down for a third reading.
Immigration, Transition, Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Employment and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to report that the bill, shortly entitled Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025, was considered by the Committee of the Whole House and passed with amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for a third reading.
Third readings. Submarine Cable Telecommunication Resilience Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Planning. Call for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the bill short title.
Mr. Chairman, the third reading is over. I was waiting for a way for me to move my motion after that stage was completed. If you recall from the earlier proceedings.
We're doing the third reading now, it's not over yet. At the end of this, no, that's his bill. Your bill is related to the next bill. Okay. The question is that a bill, he moved it?
I started.
Oh, he got interrupted.
I started, but I was interrupted, sir. Very rudely, yes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Submarine Cable Telecommunications Resilience Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Submarine Cable Telecommunications Resilience Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Submarine Cable Telecommunications Resilience Bill 2025 has been read a third time and is passed.
Immigration, Transition, Amendment and Validation Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister of Employment and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I beg to move the bill shortly entitled the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, division, please.
Madam Clerk, will you do a division, please? Just challenging the interpretation of the Speaker.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Giri Rutty.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Honorable Wilson Anglin.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta.
Aye.
Honorable William Panton.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Barden.
Aye.
Mrs. Julie Hunter.
Aye.
Honorable Michael Miles.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh. Absent. Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Perlina McGraw Lumsden. Absent. Honorable Juliana Connor Connolly. Absent. Mr. Roy Tatum. Absent. Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
The result of the division is 15 ayes, 4 absentees, no noes. The bill is therefore passed. Okay. Honorable Member for Georgetown East, you raised earlier. Sorry, Georgetown Central.
Mr. Speaker, they haven't changed the boundaries quite yet. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion under the Standing Orders 43K for the exemption of notice and for the honor of this House. It says, unless these standing orders otherwise provide, notice shall be given for any motion which is proposed to make with the exemption of the following: a motion arising out of any item of business made immediately after the item is disposed of and before the next item is entered upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion is for the government / the minister to provide to the members of Parliament the list and definition of prescribed particulars listed in the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2025 before the close of business day on Monday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for whoever said to this honorable House to specify the date. And if my memory serves me well, today is the 12th, so Monday would be exactly the 15th. The 15th of December of the year 2025.
Did you have a copy of the motion? The motion has been properly moved. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Speaker, as I was not made aware of the obligation to have it written.
No, with no obligation. I just want to, when I go to call the motion, I just need a copy so that I can call it out properly for the vote. That's all.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
so you speak to the motion.
The bill has what I've written here has had a tiny amendment to it. That's why I am suggesting that that copy would not be sufficient other than what is outlined per the standing orders, because the date associated or the timing of the request would be changed as the move of that motion was intended before committee stage. But as you can see, I made amendments to the timeline of requirement.
I'll try to remember what your motion was. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Very, very shortly, Mr. Speaker. Simply to say that in the spirit of supporting the government's unanimous approval of the immigration bill and being able to lobby on behalf of the good government of the Cayman Islands and its cabinet and its premier and its minister for this historical approval, it will only be fair that we can fully understand some of the things that have not been provided for us in the approval of the bill, such as the prescribed particulars, which has caused many members of this House concern from our constituents as they don't know what this new bill will be requesting of them. So besides that, Mr. Speaker, it's a simple request. Hopefully the government is willing to accommodate the members of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? There seems to be could I member for Georgetown East, if I took a half-hour break, I'm sorry, Georgetown Central, if we took a half-hour break now, would you be able to put it in writing so people can see exactly what they're debating and voting on? Okay. All right. The House is suspended until 6 o'clock.